It's the greatest sim race this side of the solar system, the IORL Indianapolis 500 by Slothy Racing. The International Online Racing League holds a storied history, and we're so glad to write the next 500 miles at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with you this evening. The 12th annual IORL Indianapolis 500 by Slothy Racing is next on Pit Stop TV.
Here for the 2021 Daytona Nortona 500. Get on Nortona. Yeah.
The field will now come up onto the main straightaway, and the first green flag of 2021 Season 1 for the Pacific Challenge GT3 Series is underway from
Mono. Jack B. Ryan for the back, but Merrick Watchorn misses the corner, and Jack B. Ryan through to the race lead. A last lap pass and a last lap crash for Merrick Watchorn.
Photo finish, possibly. Here comes Travis Brown behind Michael Cozy up to block.
Oh, here comes Brown.
Travis Brown at the line. It's going to be Cozy winning the StarCom Invitational at Talladega.
3 wide. Oh, no! Mike saw him!
Oh, he
How
did
about it?
He said at the top of the show, care about getting up to the front. He didn't care about leading this race. They did exactly that from the start of the show. Out of turn number 4, Rick Ravon is finally going to do it. Rick Ravon wins the Indianapolis 500.
The safety car will pull into the safety of pit lane. D'Alessandro on the left-hand side of your screen is going to lead us to the green here at Sonoma.
Side by side, the last couple of corners, it's going to be a drag race. Shades of Bobby Labonte and Dale Earnhardt. No! Oh, they hit, they make more contact! They touch more! Is Tyler Johnson across the line. Out of turn number 4, it's going to be the 20 or the 21 drag race of the stripe. They touch! It's McGill!
And they're 4 wide in the middle of 3 and 4. Goggle in the middle. Oh, contact, and there's cars all over the place. It's going to be a carnage fest on the front. Yellow flag down. Who is that flying?
But Miller down to the inside. The Thriller takes the lead. Jackson crosses him up. Down the backstretch, Earl Jackson's got the lead, and he is going to win at Lima. Maybe not. Who gets it? Can Dave Corso go back-to-back? Jean-Philippe Bergeron on the inside, going to send it in deep, and out of turn 4, across the line. Close to call. Welcome to the virtual Speedway, Indiana. Eric Brennan and JP Costa alongside this evening. Emerson Arden helping behind the scenes. Thanks so much for joining us this evening as we're ready to take you flag to flag through one of the best race days sim racing has to offer. Rick Ravon comes into this year's 500 not only on the front row, but starting from the provisional pole with teammate Scott List-Rambler, a likely scratch for this evening after taking pole time last week. Lined up through the next 32 positions, you'll find the finest this series has to offer. Our very own Trey Patton, Trey Shuttlesworth, and Corey Rexford make up a significant portion of the field, and several returning IORL veterans will go toe-to-toe with an equally staggering amount of rookies. Eric, JP, thanks so much for joining me this evening. It might not be the greatest spectacle in auto racing, but the storylines, the drivers, the atmosphere put it in the running to be the greatest spectacle in sim racing.
I agree 100%. And first off, hello, everybody. This means a lot for me to be a part of this broadcast tonight because I love the Indianapolis 500. It is by far my favorite event of the calendar year in any form of motorsports. It's my favorite sporting event of the year, and I'm really glad that in 2021 it is getting back to normal. But thanks to events like this, it's as if normal never went away. And I'll explain here. One of the reasons which there's a lot of work that goes into just making the Indianapolis 500. There's a lot of work that goes into being fast enough to compete to win in the Indianapolis 500. And on this virtual setting for the 12th annual IORL Indianapolis 500, they have put together a formula that has allowed these drivers that carry a lot of pride to make the race, to compete and start up front in this race, and eventually, following 200 laps and 500 miles tonight, to be able to win this race. Now, this event has been run for quite some time, but the fact that we held qualifying on a prior day, the fact that we held bump day on a prior day, even last night, they practiced their 3-wide start for a 1-hour time bracket, 24 hours prior to green flag time. That'll be coming up here a little bit later on. There was a lot of work done by series organizers. It was a lot of commitment by all drivers in the field, and that is going to culminate to someone to be able to stand on the top step of the virtual podium tonight and lay claim to victory on a track that has proven to be tough in both the real-life sense and the sim sense as well. And I think that that is why we are in for an absolute thriller and treat as we get this race underway just a short while from now.
And JP Costa, I want to welcome you in as well. And this race is more than just a special event with the International Online Racing League. This is more than just the yearly get-together in Indianapolis. This is also a points event for the season. This comes in as race number 5, I want to say, maybe race number 6. For some reason that number's escaping me. Right there you see race number 6, as we've had 5 races so far. Now, we covered the season opener way back at Long Beach in April. Rick Ravon, he didn't quite win. That was Scott List-Rambler, but that's Scott List-Rambler's only win on the season so far. And you see he's fallen to 7th place. I believe he's missed a couple of races. He's come up short in others. And this point standing, while taking a wild turn, is very clearly going the way of the 7 car.
Yeah, exactly. He has a healthy gap to the number 6 car in second position. But beyond that, the grid is extremely close, and well, the race will just reflect on that. I'm pretty sure every single driver is going to be as close as possible, and the finishing order could really shake up the standings from even 20th up above, because we have a lot of drivers tied up for points. And tonight's race, as you mentioned, is obviously more than a get-together. It's a points event, but being the Indy 500, it could mean more than points. It could be a championship swinging event for some of these drivers. It could just shake up the rest of the season in a whole better format.
And we'll see how this changes, not quite next week when they take to their next event, but a little ways down the road. And speaking of that next event, let's take a look at their schedule this season, and I can kind of walk you through some of the races that we are covering. So we come into this evening, the 6th race on the schedule. Next week, these guys will be at Texas Motor Speedway. Now, unfortunately, we will not be covering that event. We'll be back next at Michigan in late June 23rd. So we'll check in on how these guys are doing with their points battles then. But you see some of the tracks they're going to, Eric. Texas next, then Road America, Iowa, Michigan, Mid-Ohio, Gateway, Watkins Glen, and Fontana at the Auto Club Speedway. Now, we talked about this back at Long Beach, but this is an IndyCar schedule properly. A lot of the same racetracks you would expect to see on any sim-based IndyCar schedule make their appearances here.
I love the way they put this schedule together. It pretty much took a lot of the best races over what was then the IRL, now IndyCar or Kart Series schedules, and blended them all together. And you've got your ovals, some of which aren't on the schedule anymore. Michigan's one of them, not on the current slate. Iowa Speedway just before it, and of course having it all come to an end at California, which, in just about a couple years' time, it won't be possible to have an event of that nature on that racetrack anymore. So between the way in which the IORL has comprised this event and this schedule, if you love open wheel racing in America, or you love IndyCar racing, or you just love racing in general, this is the series to latch on to down the road. It's been 12 seasons running, 12 years running. The champions have kind of been a mixed bag. We've seen some drivers come in and capture more than one title. We've seen some drivers come in, capture more than one Indy 500. And they all leave here with a sense of pride, because this is a tough task to be able to navigate your way through this 14-race slate. And the Indianapolis 500 is almost smack dab in the middle, but it does carry a lot of weight as far as how things unfold for the rest of this championship season.
That it does. Now, I quickly want to touch on, of course, the venue. So if you're new to the Indianapolis 500 somehow, this is the racetrack we're racing on this evening. JP and I talked about it towards the top of the show last night with the NORC Indianapolis 500, but this is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You see it in front of you. It looks rectangular. Each corner, though, presents its own unique challenges, and there's one guy, especially from last year, that is oh so good at getting through those challenges. We're going to bring him down and talk to him in just a moment, and it is last year's winner. Now, Rick Ravon, 115 laps led in one race, is a lot to be spoken for, no matter what race it is. But especially in the Indianapolis 500, how in the world did you make that happen last year?
I don't know, man. Just, I guess, dedication, preparation, and a really fast car. The Gould Charge was just on rails last year. Of course, we didn't have the benefit. They opened up the roll bars and the weight jackers, so I think that's going to keep everybody a little bit closer this year. But I'm just looking forward to having a good race, man. I want to defend my title.
And I think you've got the best chance of anybody to do so. You're starting first, your teammate is scratch. How does that change your preparation coming in?
Well, it actually changes a lot. I talked to Scott earlier today. He gave me a little bit of advice. Some of it I already knew, and some of it is like, okay, that's good. I didn't consider that. So hopefully, because we work very well together as a team, and hopefully, the advice that he gave me will, and I'm not going to, of course, say anything about it, but it's something that I really haven't considered. So maybe that'll come into play at some point later in the race.
Now we have a graphic up on screen stating that you have the most ever IORL Indy 500 laps led, at least on the iRacing.com sim. First, I got to know what that means to you, but secondly, I got to know what that means to you considering you're 5 laps ahead of your teammate, even though he's run all 3 times this race has been run on iRacing, 2018, 2019, and 2020, and he's got laps led in all of them, and he still comes up 5 laps short of your feat last year.
Well, it's nice to hear about, those statistics. I don't really pay much attention to them. I just, take it race by race, and if we do well and the statistics start to pile up, once I'm wrapping up my sim racing career, I can go back and take a look and say, hey, wow, yeah, I did pretty good. But I don't really like getting caught up in statistics because it just takes your mind off of the job that needs to be done. It kind of takes focus away, and then you start thinking about, if I do this, I could win X amount, or if I lead the most laps, I get no. Every race is different, and just like last year, I wasn't looking to lead, but if the opportunity is there, I'll take it. It's a safer place to be out in front or second and third. So I don't really pay much attention to statistics.
Fair enough. I like that approach. Rick, we're going to let you go here, buddy. Let you start prepping for this race. But first, who do you want to give a shout out to getting ready to go for 500 miles?
Well, let's see. Grim Ganassi, my buddy. He's watching. I'm going to give him a shout. He's been a big supporter of mine. I want to say hello to everybody out there who's watching, and Pit Stop TV is awesome. You guys do such a great job, man. You really do. I'm really looking forward to watching this race. If I do good, I'm looking forward to watching the race, and because you guys always keep it exciting. You're very knowledgeable, and I really enjoy your broadcasts. I want to thank Zach Buchanan for putting this together, and it's a stacked field tonight. I'm going to thank these guys ahead of time because I'm sure that they're going to race very hard and race clean because, we run the series together. Not just Indianapolis. It's a whole, months and months long series. And I want to thank them ahead of time for racing clean because I plan on racing clean as well. And I want to thank the Lord. And I just hope and pray that, I have a nice clean race and get to the end.
Absolutely. It's going to be a dandy this evening in Indianapolis. Rick, best of luck to you. We'll see if you can go back-to-back 2020, 2021. That'd be pretty insane if you can do it. Best of luck to you, buddy.
Thank you, Andrew. That would be great. Thank you.
Rick Ravon looking to go for the double between 2020 and 2021. Now that we've talked to him, we do want to take a quick break. We'll be right back to you with the back end of warm-up coverage this evening from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Then we're going straight into the race. Qualifying, that's already been sorted out. We're going to take a quick step away. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be right back to you.
After months of quarantine, we're all interested in how we can become our best self. The team at Permanent Makeup and Cryo is here to help you get the flawless makeup look every day.
And you're probably wondering, why am I even talking to you guys right now? Because shouldn't I be racing? And, well, yes, I should be. In the good old number 15 Slothy Racing Race Nation TV car. Okay, now that we got that out of the way. Go check out my channel on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Slothy Racing. I'm going to provide a clip of why you should watch it right here. Oh!
Oh, there's a car stopped on the front straightaway, and you're telling me there's not a yellow? There we go. Yellow's out. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
I had no idea you were there. Right. So, now that we absolutely destroyed that guy. Go check it out.
Have you found yourself trying to hide your joy because you're unhappy with your teeth? Your smile is the first feature noticed in an interview, on a date, or in family photos. We want you to be able to shine bright as your best self, and our teeth whitening system is the perfect step toward restoring your confidence.
Sound Art is a product that is a speaker and it's art. We combine it together and we call it Sound Art. What makes it so unique that any picture can be your speaker? Sound Art gives you the high quality sound without the ugly speaker. This isn't a picture with a speaker, the picture is the speaker. Just imagine your wedding picture uploaded onto a canvas and now it's speaking 10,000 tunes. I mean, it's a very cool concept. What we like so much about it that you can take anything that means something very special to you, upload it on the canvas, have it hanging up in your room, your balcony, wherever you want to put it, and now it's a speaker. I mean, how cool is that? It's something that we have that and no one has. No one has this product. It's just a great gift to give anybody. It's just a neat concept. Around here we say, art never sounded so good.
Thanks for rejoining us this evening from the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway, of course located in the virtual Speedway, Indiana. 2.5 miles, just over 4 kilometers of asphalt. Used to be 4 kilometers of bricks. Now we've got just that 1 yard of bricks across the start-finish line. And we've already talked about quite a couple of storylines, and of course the fact that the pole is changing hands. But let's also now talk about some of the stats that we can look at coming into this evening, some of the other kind of storylines for maybe some of the nerds out there like myself that we can follow along with. And Eric, the first one I got to turn attention to is this right here, the caution record. Now, I bring this up because not only is this one lower than what we saw last night in the North Indianapolis 500 where they had 13, but 12 is quite a lot more than we've had in other recent years. We had just 4 back in 2018 in 128 laps. We had just 5, though, last year. I think that's a lot more impressive in 200 laps. Certainly hoping we don't see that number of 12 rear its head this evening, but what I do know is these drivers have acknowledged time and time again how challenging this setup is to get their hands around. And hey, you know what? Slothy Racing, Cole Freilich out in the chat, the supporting partner of this evening's race, he would know a thing or two about how challenging these cars are to run. He's been running a ton of races in the month of May. It's going to be a challenging one.
And that number, that caution amount that we're going to see tonight is going to play a huge role in how strategy gets played out here. I mean, you referenced the Nork running at the Indianapolis 500 that happened last night. Cole Freilich was in that field as well. And, you know, we actually saw both ends of the spectrum unfold for him. I mean, there was so many yellows that guys almost had to kind of be a little bit scarce about their tire usage. Tonight, they're going to have 11 sets in the pits that they'll be able to bolt on throughout the race. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later on, but you almost have to be a little bit weary of coming in too early, coming in too often, because the stretches of yellows may either multiply or they could thin out as the race goes on, and that's going to throw in fuel strategy, which these guys do have an opportunity to either ramp up or tone down the amount of fuel they're burning on a particular run, and that'll matter as far as where they're running in the pack. So the correlation between the number of yellows we see and the way in which the race unfolds is linear. It's going to matter a lot, and I'm hoping they keep it clean, but we got a stacked field, and as you mentioned, a lot of drivers talking about handling characteristics of their cars. It could go either way.
Yeah, it's certainly something we've got to keep our eyes on as the day goes on. Now, to help support some of our conversation about the cautions, let's take a look at the weather coming into this one. 82 degrees, a bit warmer in the air than yesterday, but look at that track temp currently. Now, I do want to acknowledge there are no cars on the racetrack. This is currently mid-drivers meeting for the field. Means nobody's on the racetrack, nobody's turning laps, everybody's sitting in the pit lane. I expect that
track temp to go up, JP. And look at that as well. Winds out of the southwest. Same direction as last night where we saw so many troubles in turns 1 and 2. We've got less downforce in these cars tonight. Potentially a higher track temp. It could get dangerous on the south end of the speedway.
Yeah, exactly. Last night we saw a few instances by drivers making by themselves, essentially just spinning out, and well, the wind seems to be a few miles an hour weaker than last night, but you know, it's still 13 miles an hour. This is a significant wind and can catch you out just in the tiniest of margins. We saw, as you mentioned, a lot of drivers getting caught out, and a race leader at one point got caught out in one instant when he spun by himself. So drivers will be taking a look at that track temperature. They're going to be adjusting their car, their roll bars, all this sort of stuff mid-race to try and adapt to the situation. But as you mentioned, anything can happen as soon as those cars hit the tarmac, but so far seems to be so good, at least on the track temperature side.
26 cars in tonight's race. They are gridding up on the front stretch here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Let's take a walk down your starting grid. It's 3 wide. It's none of that just inside-outside stuff. 3 cars per row on the front row of the 2021 IORL Indianapolis 500. Rick Ravon in the number 7, Reed Sweeney in the middle. Adam Key starts on the outside. Rolling back to row number 2, Eric, it's going to be Spencer Ray on the bottom, Brendan Madonia in the middle, and Nicholas Ward outside. Cole Freilich rolls off the bottom side of row number 3 in that 7th position in the 15 car. Of course, presenting sponsor of this evening's race with Slothy Racing. Blake Erickson rolls off the middle of row number 3 in that 45 car. Matt Chubb, last season's champion, will start 9th. To complete the top 4 rows, JP, we've got Corey Rexford in the 10th position. Stephen Ellis will roll off 11th and Jaron Fast in 12th.
Starting off in 13th place, we do have Andrew Maybach in the number 11 car. In 14th place, we do have Joey Nuzzo in the number 77, and our own Trey Shuttlesworth in 15th place on the number 19 car. Starting off in P16 on row number 6, we do have Ray Dolly in the number 31, Zach Buchanan in the number 4, and Ernie Ludwig in the number 26.
Starting on the 19th position this evening, Alan Elwood in that number 5. He is going to be somebody to watch for this evening. Chad Mikos rolls off the middle of row number 7 in the 20th position. Starting 21st, it's Matt Walters in the 50. Starting 22nd, you've got Trey Patton in the 66. Noah Carmichael, happy birthday to him. His birthday, I believe, was earlier this week, if not even yesterday, so happy birthday to Noah. He rolls off 23rd. Stephen Powers starts 24th. We're going to quickly roll through the rest of this. It's actually only 2 more cars. Steve Rader rolls off in the 25th position. Ryan Samsel rolls off 26th. Just like that, we've set the field for the 2021 IORL Indianapolis 500. Just like that, we're ready to go racing. 200 laps, of course, the distance, 500 miles. Only time will tell what we'll see this evening. It's so hard to get a gauge as to what we might see based on just last night's event with the North Indianapolis 500, but if you missed it, you've got to go back and watch it. It was a dandy. That said, out of the final corner, under pacing conditions, you see the field 3 wide coming down to the green flag for the 2021, the 12th annual IORL Indianapolis 500. Waiting on the signal from the starter, 26 cars strong. Rick Ravon starts this show, and the whole front row goes down low. Green flag out at Indianapolis. Make that, 115 and a half laps led now in Rick Ravon's IORL Indianapolis 500 career. He rounds turns 3 and 4, Eric, for the first time under full speed, and he's going to head down to the start-finish line and make that 116.
How about this field? I mean, that was a late start. The sim actually causes that compared to the real 500, where they usually start in turn 4. The sim forces it on the front stretch, and just as I say that, it looks as though we may have a caution on the racetrack, and we do. An incident here before the conclusion of the first lap. is going to collect one of the cars in the field here. That was the number 28, and I believe that's the 97 who were involved in this crash. And we'll go back here and try to see what took place I just about jinxed them there. I thought perhaps they all survived that first opening lap, but it looks as though a couple of them towards the back of the field were not able to be that lucky. And that crash that took place collected a couple of drivers who may have to burn through their fast repair a little bit sooner than they were hoping for. And we will see here how this may have taken place. Unfortunate start of this event here. I believe Nicholas Ward was one of the cars involved. And we'll go back and see what happened. This is coming through oh boy, had one car with a semi-slide and then a checkup to try to avoid. And that's what started this first incident on the short chute between turns 1 and 2.
So essentially, nearly a carbon copy of what we saw yesterday on the Norkai Indianapolis 500. So we saw one car essentially just half spinning. This is Alan Elwood. He essentially just half spun between turn 1 and turn 2. As you can see, full tank of fuel. And their rear end looks like, oh no, he unfortunately looks like he's the one collected from behind. So unfortunately checking up, doing some defensive driving, unfortunately gets collected, but maybe not too much damage on his car.
And that was Ray Dolly that we saw go for a half spin in the first corner. We'll take a look at this one more time and see what happens to Ray. And into turn 1, you see the car just kind of loses balance. He, well, saves it. I don't know how. And then Alan Elwood gets collected from behind. Now, I'm not exactly sure who that was that made contact with him, but it may have been Noah Carmichael. Yeah, it was. He's got no left side of his wing, and Eric, that is going to be rather detrimental. The good thing is, you pop down to the pit lane, you get that wing replaced, and you're back out on the speedway with little to no issue. Noah Carmichael has done exactly that.
You might not necessarily have to burn up or burn through your fast repairs for an incident of that nature. We were also talking to Emerson Arden, who's on the production team with us tonight, but last night he was in the cockpit of his virtual race car, and he said that the way that the damage repairers work, and because a caution lap takes so long at Indianapolis, that if you still have a tire or a nose coat or someone attached, it may not be the end of your race, so you may want to preserve that fast repair if you have that option. It wasn't too much damage to Noah Carmichael's car. You mentioned front wing damage, so that's something that they could do. He could perhaps get out there before the fact of the pace car coming back around to put him a lap down, and he can keep that fast repair in the bank in the event that he needs it a little bit later on.
Yeah, keeping that fast repair might be essential for him right now, even if he might take a bit too long with the pit lane, because, you know, anything can happen with over 195 laps still to go. So keeping that fast repair will be essential for him. And if it's just a front wing, if there's absolutely no suspension damage, he might just have scraped this one off.
So we'll get a chance to reset the field and get back at it here in a moment. But I gotta wonder, if you're a driver in this situation, you've seen the start get diverted pretty much so quickly, what then goes through your mind? How do you try and reset? Eric, I know you don't spend a whole lot of time on the sim yourself, but you've got to have some kind of clue, I would imagine, as well as anybody else. How in the world do you reset like that? You already have jitters going into that first lap, and you see how easy it is to have a problem.
Exactly, and I think that, you know, one of the biggest things and one of the biggest reasons why I'm a huge fan of the Indianapolis 500-mile race, and the same thing with events like this in the sim, it is long, it is grueling. Some occasions when we have a lot of cautions, we could stretch on track time well over 3.5, sometimes 4 hours. You've got to remember that this is a very long race. You're not going to be the only driver to have problems. There's going to be plenty more who have misfortune that may be worse than yours. You just have to take this as perhaps maybe a saving grace. Maybe now you get on a different fuel strategy. Maybe you change your attack or your approach to these opening few rounds or first few stints. You got to keep yourself in mental check, not just in the real life setting, but here on the sim as well, and shrug off whatever may have happened here and just kind of slow your pace to start this race off. And I promise you, we've seen it time and time again at this speedway in these style events. You could bounce back and prevail in a big way. We saw it last night in the Newark running of their Indianapolis 500. David Shutt was a lap down with a few laps to go, came back and won that race in a thriller. A lot of things went his way. We're only 5 laps in. Things could still come back to these drivers who faced adversity a little bit early in the going.
Yeah, exactly. It's just way too early sometimes to essentially just give up. You know, you just sometimes have to put that on your back, you know, just think, okay, that happened, so we got to adapt to it. Sometimes, as Eric said, can be a saving grace happening this early in the race. You might just have good luck from now on, but you have well over 190 miles still of racing to do, so it's still a long way to go, and well, plenty of things can happen. You might be last at the end of lap 1 and might be first at 100. That's all that matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring up that finish, Eric and JP. That finish last night was one that you've got to go back and watch. I would say a barn burner, possibly a lower car count than we have this evening for the IORL running of this race, but I think it was possibly just as much of a race as we saw last year in this one, way back on May 24th of 2020. So definitely a lot can happen even with a lower car count. And I do want to mention, of course, we're at a lower car count this evening than last year, 26 as opposed to 33. I think there again, with some fewer cars, especially in the back, we might not see as many of those early incidents. I say that after we just had a spin in turn 1. But I truly believe that will help alleviate some of the pressure on some of these drivers, especially in these early goings. And I think we can kind of stretch some of these green flag runs out. We're working lap 5 under caution of 200. Looks like we're not quite going green flag just yet. So now we'll turn... You know what? We talk about it every once in a while. I kind of call you out for it every once in a while, Eric. You say you're a betting man. We've seen approximately 4 corners of action out of half the field, about 2 corners for the rest. We saw a whole race last night to get prepared for this in our Indianapolis 1000. Who are you going for? I know there's not a whole lot, but we know some of these guys. We've seen them in past races. We've seen some of these guys from last year's race. We saw some of them at Long Beach. If I take Rick Ravon off of the board, who do you go for?
Well, if I look at the championship point standings, you got to look at guys like Ravon, Ray, and also I'll throw in somebody who had a little bit of a problem here in Alan Elwood. Now, he was near that first caution. He actually has a win this season, but I also want to go with a guy who has a lot of track time, and that would be Spencer Ray. He, too, was in that Newark running of the Indianapolis 500 last night. He has spent a lot of time on the sim preparing for this event, and he's also been very good this season. Has a win under his belt, also came on the one and only oval that this series had run back at Milwaukee. So if I had to put my chips on one number and one person, it would be on Spencer Ray. I think he's going to be the one who could perhaps lay claim to this race and take it back away from Rick Ravon. And we'll see if he's able to do that here just a short while. Well, I say short while. We still got a long way to go, but we'll see how he's going to be able to get that job done, as he's been so strong throughout the week.
And I'm not a betting man, but, you know, I'm not familiar with 100% of these guys, but I'm going to put my bet on the house guy. I'm going to go for Trey Shuttlesworth. You know, you never know. Sometimes we might have an underdog victory, and I would love to see him in victory lane. So I hope he can make me proud, and hopefully he can bag me a lot of chips, just like Shut did yesterday with Eric.
Only time will tell. Out of turn number 4 to take the green flag once more. We'll see if this one stands just a little bit longer. Rick Ravon leads the field of 26 back down to the green flag. This for the second time in the IORL Indianapolis 500. Waiting on the signal, the green flag flies and Ravon takes off. Ravon speeding away, they file through behind. I love these single file starts with IndyCars in Indianapolis. I don't think quite anything can beat it. It just gets your blood pumping, and this has me excited for Sunday morning when I get to see some of this race. Of course, in real life, I can't wait. Well, that is on TV. I'm certainly jealous of anybody who has a ticket, but completing lap number 7 of 200, Rick Ravon leads the number 7 on point.
Ravon leads. One thing we could point out early with Reed Sweeney just behind. Obviously, Sweeney's going to turn one of the fastest laps here in the toe. That's about the first full lap of green flag racing action that we've had. Everyone appears to be able to run a little bit equidistant from one another. We're not seeing those crazy slingshot passes that you would often see with this car at this track. A huge amount of patience being counseled by a number of drivers in this field. I'm curious if they could keep it up, JP, because right now it looks as though everybody's just trying to settle in a rhythm early in this long race.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not pretty sure if every single driver looks like right now might be thinking about strategy in long term, but, you know, anything can happen. It's still very, very early in the race, but look at this. Sweeney gets a run on Ravon. He's going to be looking down the inside of turn 1. It looks like he gets the move done. Ravon not really fighting on the outside. So thinking about the long-term game, and Sweeney finds himself in P1 for the time being.
So Sweeney takes over the race lead. Brendan Madonia, who's sitting behind these guys, goes purple that lap. certainly some big pull on lap number 8 from Madonia. Now he'll take it to the outside of Ravon. We saw this outside line work surprisingly well for Scottless Rambler, and you know what? I think that's what was relayed to Ravon earlier today, but a caution flag in the back of the field, and Matt Walters is in trouble.
Second time tonight, we will see the yellow silk fly. Second time in the first 9 laps, and that trend up towards 12 cautions appears pretty promising right about now. As we see here, it was Walsh who had the issue to put us under this caution flag. The good news, as we mentioned from a damage perspective, is that that wheel was still attacked. And I apologize, that's Matt Walters who we're talking about. A little bit loose there in 2. Walsh is way up the racetrack and tags the wall hard on the exit of the corner. Walters running that throwback Dan Weldon livery that got him the Indianapolis 500 win back in 2005. You see Steve Rada making his way by as he was one of the last cars to get through. But it was a pretty big impact there for Walters off the corner as that car initially got loose, tried to chase it up the hill, and then he pounded the wall hard.
I guess that was the perfect example of the air wash that you can get with these cars. That was straight up understeer. Looks like he was already struggling in turn 1, and then turn 3 just completely bit him. So that's unfortunate. That was big damage, but luckily for him, he'll still be able to feed out on the racetrack and keep his race going.
We've had a problem under yellow conditions for Steve Rada in the number 3. It's going to happen right here in turn 2. He blinks onto the curbing there, and of course, we lose him momentarily. But when he comes back, his car is wadded up in the tires on the inside of turn number 2. Not sure what's gone on there for Steve, but big problems early on, certainly. And he will join the likes of Matt Walters in having to use a fast repair early in this race, more than likely. Caution flag now back out at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back to you with continuing coverage here at the beginning of the 2021 IORL Indianapolis 500. Don't go anywhere.
All right, what's up, everybody? I am Slothy Racing. I'm the presenting sponsor of this year's IORL Indy 500, and you're probably wondering, why am I even talking to you guys right now? Because shouldn't I be racing? And, well, yes, I should be. In the good old number 15 Slothy Racing Race Nation TV car. Okay, now that we got that out of the way. Go check out my channel on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Slothy Racing. I'm going to provide a clip of why you should watch it right here.
Oh! Oh, there's a car stopped on the front straightaway, and you're telling me there's not a yellow? There we go. Yellow's up. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
I had no idea you were there. Right. So, now that we absolutely destroyed that guy, go check it out.
Sound Art is a product that is a speaker and it's art. We combine it together and we call it Sound Art. What makes it so unique that any picture can be your speaker? Sound Art gives you the high quality sound without the ugly speaker. This isn't a picture with a speaker, the picture is the speaker. Just imagine your wedding picture uploaded onto a canvas and now it's speaking 10,000 tunes. I mean, it's a very cool concept. What we like so much about it that you can take anything that means something very special to you, upload it on the canvas, have it hanging up in your room, your balcony, wherever you want to put it, and now it's a speaker. I mean, how cool is that? It's something that we have that and no one has. No one has this product. It's just a great gift to give anybody. It's just a neat concept. Around here we say, art never sounded so good.
After months of quarantine, we're all interested in how we can become our best self. The team at Permanent Makeup and Cryo is here to help you get the flawless makeup look every day without the extra effort or time. When it comes to your appearance, you deserve the best care that money can buy.
Welcome back to the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Caution underway. Reed Sweeney, of course, still your race leader. No pit stops to speak of just yet. Pace car lights are out atop the iRacing.com pacing vehicle, and we're going back green flag racing this time by. Now, these drivers, we talked about it a little bit earlier on. Eric gave mention to it, the fact that they've got 11 sets of tires throughout the course of this event. That means they've got 10 sets of Firestone Firehawks in the pit lane. They can pit just under every 20 laps and have enough tires to go to the end, but I would expect these guys to run these tires a little bit longer early. Save tires for the end. That way, if you've got a late race caution, much unlike the Nork, well, we had late race cautions in the Nork Indy 500 last night, but the problem was the drivers had no more tires to spare. They had no more tires to put on the vehicle, at least in some cases. So these drivers, they're going to treat things a little bit differently. They are going to, I'd imagine, definitely save tires for that kind of situation, expecting the possibility thereof. Our second caution ends, and we're back underway from the Brickyard. Couple of quickie yellows. We get back to it here at Indianapolis. Reed Sweeney, your race leader. Rick Ravon has fallen into that third spot. You see everybody else kind of lining up in behind. The top five starting to break away. That's all the way back through Slothy Racing's Cole Freilich, Adam Key in that group as well. You see Ravon there in the third position, and Madonia moves up from third starting position to second, but Sweeney leads on to turn number 4 and will complete lap 13.
Donnia's got a bit of a run here, right in that slipstream on the main straightaway. Elects to set up high. Going to try to make the pass on the outside, just as he got by Ravon before the caution. And here comes Madonia up top. Sweeney down low. Almost contact behind them in the battle for fourth, while the race for the lead comes through two. And that time, Sweeney's able to make the bottom lane work and hold the lead. Now Madonia cuts down low to try to take it away on the bottom in 3.
Looks like Madonia watched last night's stream with seeing Rambler making the moves on the outside. Unfortunately, did not work, but on the inside, he gets the move done and moves once again. Now, moves for the first time, actually, into P1, as Sweeney is still very close. Looks like he's going to be trying to get a run to get back into P1. And, well, look at him going down the inside as they head into the start-finish straight into turn 1.
Side by side for the race lead, watching on board from Rick Ravon. Again, last year's winner of this race. He led the opening laps. A couple of caution flags have kept the field together, and he's lost that race lead. What we're expecting to see from this race, in contrast to last night's event, is a lot more single file running. That said, we still see the leads swapping hands. They're going to play leapfrog up front, and if you play it right, if you've got a couple of teammates that get up there and can do things just the right way, you can use this, Eric, to actually gap the rest of the field, especially in a race like this evening where they're dealing with less downforce, less drag, less of a slipstream.
You can kind of leapfrog back and forth one another a little bit here, so that way you're in a position to, maybe save a little bit of fuel here, get out in front, burn a little bit more fuel there, but also by playing that bit of shuffleboard up at that front of the pack, you're not allowing the drivers third, fourth, fifth, and on back to be able to filter their way to the front, because the top two would be too busy tying it up. It looks like we got a car that may have spun 2 cars around off turn 2.
Oh my goodness, Ray Dolly!
Oh, that's a massive hit. Just, wow. That's something we saw last night, but that was a huge hit as the drivers tried to avoid. Looks like everybody avoids it now, but as the car came back on a circuit, nothing he could have done.
Ray Dolly absolutely obliterating a stopped, well, not stopped, but a spinning and destroyed Stephen Ellis. We're going to go back and, of course, find out what happens here. Now, Stephen Ellis, I think, is going to be involved with Spencer Ray, and he is. Spencer Ray was riding in the 6th position. You see him. He's right behind Cole Freilich. We saw a lot of Spencer last night in the Nork running of this race. I can only imagine what happens here. Oh, Stephen Ellis! Where are you going, buddy?
I'd have to get another look at that, because I believe that Ray started to... Oh, man, that was a huge hit there as Ellis came back up in front of traffic, and it looked like everybody was going to be able to get by. But when there's no tires on the car and you're pretty much riding on the bottom of the skid plate, there's not much you can do to stop it. It almost looks like Ray got a little bit of aero wash off the corner, and I think Ellis was trying to set up a bit of a run here. Let's have another look at this, because Ray is awfully close to the competition up in front of him. Ellis gets a really good run here. He's got some momentum. He's closing, commits to the outside, has a run here as they come off the corner, and that almost looked like Ray had to lift a little bit. It's hard to tell. I'm interested to hear both of these drivers' stories. Hopefully they got their fast repairs ready so they can stay in contention. And oh my goodness, Dolly with just a crushing blow into the side of Ellis's stationary car.
Yeah, that was just kind of weird. Looks like the car on the outside got an extremely perfect run, and on the inside essentially just bogged down, as we're going to take a look at now on Dolly's POV, as he unfortunately came and T-boned the driver. But as you can see, just to see a puff of smoke, and then all of a sudden cars just coming back on a circuit, and at that
never
speed,
lifted.
Yeah, unfortunately at that speed, if you don't lift, there's nothing you could do to avoid it, as the car is just going at well over 210 miles an hour.
I mean, he never got out of the throttle, Ray Dolly. The head scratcher there, but I got to turn attention to the initial incident with Spencer Ray and Stephen Ellis, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, Eric, but I also got to entertain the idea that that's just a little bit aggressive for lap 16, I think it was, when that happened. I don't know that we need to be going to the outside of somebody on corner exit. I think you can place a little bit of blame on both drivers. I think certainly Spencer Ray obviously got tight, and it is his job to manage his car and not get tight with somebody to the outside. But at the same time, I think if you're Stephen Ellis, you can read the room, read what's happening in front of you, and not go to the outside of somebody out of turn 2 like that. And knowing how prone these cars are to pushing to the outside of the track, honestly, it just feels like a really bad situation for lap 16. I don't know that anybody necessarily did anything blatantly wrong, just unfortunate.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Andrew. I mean, there was no malice by either driver in that move, and you are right. I mean, with it being this early in the event, and the fact that it's been such a slow start with these cautions that we weren't expecting out of this field here tonight. To get that big of a run, I mean, Ellis was able to prove that he had momentum on that outside lane. But, I mean, look at that. We're inching closer to this caution record here that was set a couple years ago, 12. We're up to 3 now, and we're not even a tenth of the way through this event. These guys got to get in a little bit of a rhythm. I know that they want to make up positions as fast as possible, but it seems as though in race conditions and in traffic, these drivers got their hands full, and I think everyone needs to start respecting the fact a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. They do have to remember that probably the fuel loads are extremely high, so the track is probably not rubbered in. It's just way too early to be that aggressive. Up at the front we saw 2 drivers going side by side, but they were backing off. So sometimes you essentially just have to know the limit of the car and just respect. I'm not saying that anyone didn't respect, obviously, but you just kind of have to manage, as Eric said. You just have to manage the time of those moves, and well, unfortunately that one was completely mistimed.
To update everybody on those drivers involved in our third caution flag, here's Ray Dolly back on the speedway in his number 31 machine. Stephen Ellis has also rejoined the fray. Here he is, just behind Ray Dolly, and somewhere up the road you'll find the 6 car of Spencer Ray, who we saw so much of last night in the Nork running of this race, Eric. I have to wonder how long he takes to get back up to the front of the field. Of course, at this point, he knows he's got no fast fix to rely on, and I'd imagine he'll run this race rather conservatively. But that said, at some point you've got to go. You cannot let yourself get behind, and I think that's what he's got to keep in the back of his brain. Stay back, but don't let yourself get behind.
Those fast repairs are lifelines, and if you burn them up before we get to the 20-lap mark, then you're pretty much walking on a razor's edge for the rest of this race. I mean, any bit of contact you sustain in any form or fashion, and now that you're mired, if you're Spencer Ray, now that you're mired back at about the 21st, 22nd spot, you really got to be careful picking your way up through the field. If I'm Spencer, and it looks like he may be doing just this year, kind of taking it easy under the caution, I am in full-fledged fuel conservation mode. Let the race come back to you. Hopefully you can cycle your way back up towards the front as we get ready for the restart, and we may see Ray's name up there towards the front, Andrew, as we get set to go back underway.
We will begin lap number 20 of 200 as the field retakes formation. Brendan Madonia now, your race leader as we storm to turn 1. down the backstretch. Lap number 20 underway. Madonia leading. That is the 9 of Sweeney in second place. Now, Sweeney is surprised this high up, for me at least. I don't know much about this guy just yet. Neither Madonia. These are guys that have joined the series more recently, or at least taken hiatuses, and we have not covered them yet here at Pit Stop TV. I'm excited for what they bring to the table. Very clearly pretty capable in an IndyCar. Here comes Sweeney back down to the bottom side. He retakes that race lead ahead of Madonia. Madonia slots into second, and a battle for fourth is on as Freilich moves in front of Adam Key.
Freilich, who was somebody who was not afraid to make some noise early in the Nork race yesterday, saw a little bit of a push and then bobble off a turn 2 that time through. Freilich wants to get up there and start messing around for the race lead. And next in line is going to be that of your 2020 winner, your season 11 winner of this race, and Rick Ravon, who lost the lead after leading this field down for the start after his teammate Scottless Rambler was not able to make the call. Ravon took pole, and he is now holding down the third spot with Freilich in tow.
We saw how confident Freilich was yesterday, leading and battling for the lead, so we know that he has experience as he suffers a bit of an arrow wash and nearly hits the wall on the exit of turn 1. So the arrow wash is definitely playing a huge factor as he has to come out of the throttle, but he has to pass one of the most experienced guys on the field of Rick Ravon, obviously our last year's winner, so definitely a mountain of a challenge as if he wants to lead some laps before the first pit cycle, but you know, if anyone can do it, I'm pretty sure Freilich is the one.
Madonia leads out of turn 2 this time. You saw he and Sweeney change the lead around one more time. I'm noticing some names working into the top 10. One of them just went purple the last time through, Eric. Chad Micko is riding here in the 10th position. He's chasing down Corey Rexford as he moves his way through the field. He started 20th. That's 10 positions behind where he stands in these early caution flags. That, I think, is impressive as we've still not seen significant pitting from too much of the field, at least guys that haven't been involved in cautions. We've seen a pit here and there to top off on fuel, but not much.
If you have the ability to kind of slowly pick your way up through the running order like we've seen Mikko's kind of do at the beginning of this event to crack the top 10, you're doing Indy right. Methodical passes, avoiding trouble, staying out of any of the cautions or confrontations. The car off the road, Corey Rexford, he's kind of doing the same as well. I've kind of watched him get closer to now into the top 10. He rides in 9th, and we're not seeing too much aggression out of either of these drivers as they're trying to hopefully allow the race come to them. And now we're starting to get into that point where the cars are going to start to act a little bit differently. We got a number of laps, albeit not all green flag laps on these tires. The fuel load is going to start to burn off a little bit more. These guys will have to start working the weight jacker like that of a Blake Erickson, who we're on board with here, who rides in 8th spot. So we may start to see this ebb and flow trend of some of these comers and goers continue as the run continues on.
Yesterday's Scottless Rambler said that beyond the top 5, the air wash and the dirty air was actually nearly unbearable and you had to essentially follow a line. So we're not seeing that much aggressiveness from these guys as they, as you mentioned, Eric, they're just allowing the race to come to them slowly but surely. They can keep picking up these positions as other makes mistakes around them. So this might be the strategy from the top 5, maybe top 6 back on, and just waiting on in the wings. And well, it seems to be working so far.
Up at the front, things are holding status quo so far as Reed Sweeney still leads this race. He's had a couple of mix-ups again with Madonia just swapping the lead a few times around. And I'm starting to like what I see here from Rick Ravon. He's sitting back methodically waiting around and just running this race. He did the exact same thing last year. You see another change of the hands atop the scoring pylon. But Ravon, he runs these races methodically. He's such a veteran in these Indy cars. He knows what he wants from this race. He knows what he wants from his car. He's sitting back. He's letting this race work towards him. And you can see he could run up there and he could have a big run and take it 3 wide like we saw last night from some drivers, but he doesn't want to. That's not what he wants to do just yet, so he's sitting back. He's waiting for the opportunity to do so.
It's kind of odd to say that Ravon is someone who's very methodical, and it's true. It's surely evident, but we were just talking about how he has all those laps led here. So he finds a way to allow the race to come to him as Sweeney's going to elect to make a move now to try to get by of Madonia in turn 1 to get the lead back. But Ravon, I'm with you, just appears very complacent, just kind of ride in third, let these 2 drivers in front of him do a couple of things. Let's see what happens to the handling of their car. But Cole Freilich is getting closer to that front 3. I'm curious if he will operate under the same amount of poise that Ravon has since falling back to 3rd.
Yeah, exactly. He's just catching up slowly but surely. It's going to be interesting to see if he's going to make a move on Ravon to try and catch those two up, or if he's just going to follow Ravon. Just stay back, save a bit of fuel, not push the tires to the limit, as it looks like we do have a car with big damage on the rear part of that IndyCar Dallara.
Noah Carmichael with problems. You see that right rear start to shake as he comes into the pit lane. He's got a lot of damage. He has backed this car into the inside wall at some point, and it looks like it's going to happen out of turn number 2 potentially for Noah Carmichael. He was in the wall in turn 1. This is what happens out of the second corner. Down on the curbing, the car gets loose on exit and just whips around on him straight into the barrier on the inside. But much like we saw happen to Emerson Arden, that's out of harm's way by iRacing standards. That's out of the racing groove. All is good for the rest of the field. We stay green flag racing. He's got to come in and pit for it on his own.
The unfortunate thing for Noah there was the fact that the caution flag was not drawn. I believe that judging by the time that he was on the pit lane, I'm not sure if he elected to go with the fast repair route or not, but nevertheless, you see the leaders go by. All right, so I stand corrected there. It seems like he did have to utilize that fast repair, but he is now 1 lap down after having to limp back to the pits. So that is not the way he wanted to start this race. We talked about it earlier, though, JP. We're only 30 laps in. Couple of cautions, some free passes. Noah can get right back into this thing if he keeps it clean as he goes back to the access road in turn 3.
Yeah, exactly. This race is far from over for him. He can still make up a lot of positions as a 17 cars mission going in on the inside the escape road. So I'm not pretty sure if he's going to go make his way back to the pit lane. Looks like he isn't. So probably just trying to get it out of everybody's ways. As he mentioned, he's 2 laps down at this moment. So trying to get out of everybody's way, but still with over 170 laps to go, he still has plenty of time to make his way back into the lead lap and definitely fight for positions.
And this is painful to get back out there on the racetrack and know that you're 2 laps out of contention if you know a Carmichael. The good news is he's still got 170 laps to go, this time by the flag stand. Again, he is 2 laps down, like you guys have both mentioned, but there is time with which to work back up. They're a big Sheldon Hodenschild fan. And he's, of course, running a paint scheme that's a nod to that drive. That's why I bring it up. His birthday earlier this week, I can only imagine how frustrated he is, how hot he is under the helmet. But I also know that he looks at the lap count. He sees it's only 31 now of 200. He's got an opportunity to still work up through this field. All he's got to do is keep that car in one piece, and he's got an opportunity to get back in this race. So he's just got to play this one methodically, much like somebody else is doing at the front of the field, as Ravon goes to the outside of Brendan Madonia, takes second place away, move the 7 car up 1 marker.
I am still thrilled at how good the outside lane has been on the sim this past week. It's almost like these drivers have figured out that with this level of downforce configuration and with similar track conditions, that you can make that outside lane work. It seems beneficial, but as we saw last night, I'm afraid that it might be a little bit more damaging to the right rear tire. I think that could make it a little more conducive for some of these drivers to get a little bit loose as the run goes on if they're not keeping up with the adjustments in the cockpit of the race car. So after making that outside pass, Ravon finds himself in second. Madonia with a big run on the back straightaway. Now he's going to try to get that rim-roaring ride on the high side. And the top 3 will remain unchanged for now. It's Sweeney, Ravon, and Madonia holding down that 3rd spot.
Looks like Madonia is getting that cutback line as we do have another battle for position. Looks like that's Corey Rexford, I'm pretty sure. No, that's Ches Mikos. So he's trying to defend. No, he's trying to attack Corey Rexford, looks like it. And, well, looks like that position might be going to Trey Shuttlesworth in a minute. No, he just backs off trying to save a bit of fuel. But as you mentioned, Eric, that outside lane is working a treat. Drivers are getting a massive, massive run on the outside lane, and that's just helping. But at the cost of your right rear tire.
Shuttlesworth had momentarily moved into 10th position there in the number 19 car. Now he drops a little ways back and sits behind Chad as Chad was able to defend that. Corey Rexford is a little ways up the road. Both of these drivers running under the Proximity Racing banner this evening. That's why you see very similar, in fact, identical paint schemes on the 03 and 19 as Corey Rexford takes a look at Blake Erickson, wonders what he can do, and a lead change happens up ahead. We're going to see this a lot this evening. We're going to see this lead change hands. We're going to see those guys further back battle up, and it's just going to be so, I mean, how do you battle, or I guess how do you follow 2, 3, 4, 5? I'm sure we've probably got 10 battles on this racetrack, Eric, and at the same time, how do these drivers go from battle to battle? You learn the way one guy races. As soon as you catch somebody else, you got to learn them again.
That's the important thing about track position, because not only do you got to make sure that you want to stay up towards the front of the pack if at all possible, as Madonia wants to go back to the lead, but you also don't want to find yourself mired in a position where you're racing around guys who you haven't had a chance to learn about just yet. You don't know their characteristics, you don't know their corner entry or exit points, and that's something that these drivers keep at the forefront of their mind when determining pit strategy. Yeah, you can get off sync now, or if the opportunity presents itself, you can get off sync early in this race as Ravon wants to lead back. But if you do get off sync, find yourself at the tail end of the pack, you could find yourself in a trouble spot, in an area that you weren't expecting or predicting to be involved in, because you were around guys that you haven't really been around all week long. So a driver's characteristics are not only important for their own success, but it's also important for you as a racer to understand how each driver attacks certain corners, because you want to know what to expect when you're in and around them.
Yeah, exactly, and that could be your worst enemy, attacking someone that you don't know how to race on a specific corner and essentially just get caught out at the last moment. But I'm pretty sure that might not be the case for Rick Ravon, as he led well over 100 laps last year on his way to victory. And, well, he looks like he wants to lead some more. He was happy staying back on the first few laps, but looks like right now he's all comfortable getting into the lead.
Well, he's understanding, just like everybody else at this point in the race, that laps are starting to click away. Laps are starting to just, well, click away. I don't know how many other ways I can say that, but it's getting closer and closer to where you got to race. You got to figure out these race cars. And if you're Rick Ravon, starting up front, you have limited opportunity if you stay out front to figure out how the car is going to handle in dirty air. So I like what he did earlier. He sat behind those couple of leaders in Sweeney and Madonia for a few laps, kind of learned how turbulent air feels, and now he's going up there and racing these guys again, feeling what it's like to leapfrog. So I think he's taking the correct steps of action, maybe a little bit out of order as opposed to some others, but he's still just out here learning, like everybody else, how the car is going to handle this afternoon. We talked earlier about some of the weather challenges, and I think those will be held true all day long. I think you've got to fight the temperatures, and we see it here, no there, with the temp. It's actually going down. I'm not sure how the science works on that we can have 106 degrees with no cars on the racetrack and 99 with cars on the racetrack, Eric, but that actually has me pretty optimistic for the rest of this race. If these guys have a little more grip in the pavement, I think we'll see some more quality racing.
I don't think we're going to see some of those guys losing the back ends in the fashion that we did in the Newark running of the Indianapolis 500 last night, because the track temperature, it took a while for it to come down in that race. However, in this race, it's coming down pretty early, and we're already starting to see some shadows on the front straightaway into turn one. And it also looks like we're starting to see for the second time tonight that Steve Rada has had some problems. Remember, he was involved in one of the opening cautions of this race and running by himself. This may be the second incident we see. Boy, that's a big moment there off of one. Saved the car there in the first corner. Curious, though, what may have happened after the fact there to put him on the access road and have him come to the pit lane. Boy, that was a huge moment there. Glove saving a beauty there for the driver who was involved in an incident under caution earlier. And, boy, he's got some serious problems with that car.
Yeah, that was an amazing save. I'm pretty sure he saved the car 2, maybe 3 times between turns 1 and 2, and that was a massive save, but I'm not pretty sure what happened to him to go down to the escape road, essentially to the pit lane. Looks like that car might be twitching, so I'm not pretty sure if any damage was done to the suspension, but not pretty sure what happened, but he finds himself, looks like, back on pit road.
Gets back onto the speedway and continues about his way, so consider that I think a race-saving effort possibly for Steve Rada to save that race car and keep out there. We're seeing some stuff mix up as it scores Corey Rexford momentarily at the top of our list. I'm not sure how we've accomplished that. I guess we've seen pit stops. We got to find Rick Ravon. He's on the pit lane. A lot of guys. There we go. That's why they're being shown there, Andrew. Rick Ravon in the pit lane. He brings everybody up front with him. We see Cole Freilich has made a stop. Adam Key and some others.
Down with the help of some cautions. That's where a lot of the leaders have elected to come down to the pit lane for a service as we get a little bit closer to the quarterway distance mark in this race. Here comes Rexford. He inherited the lead after staying out for an additional lap, has himself now coming into his pit stall. You don't want to overshoot the box here. We saw that a couple of times in last night's running of the 500. So far here, everybody appears have gotten on and off the pit lane relatively cleanly. And now Elwood, who is involved or in the vicinity of the opening lap crash, now cycles back to the lead. And JP, this may be where we start to see some guys like that of an Elwood and company who did have some problems early in this race be able to go a little bit longer because they were on a different fuel strategy.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes 2-3 laps extra might make a difference on the long run, as these drivers now are stacking some race lead laps on their names, as we do have some other cars coming down on the pit lane. But I'm looking on the corner of my eye, looks like Frelick got a few positions up. He's right behind Ravon, which I'm assuming is going to be the provisional lead once the whole pit stop cycle completes. But looks like we do have some cars that lost positions, like Madonia. He finds himself behind Key, so a huge swifts up in positions during that pit cycle and entry. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens once everybody comes down into pit lane, changes tires, and get that tank filled up.
The pit lane time is comparable through the entire top four, at least as they were running before pit stops, where Ravon, he's got 36.1 seconds in the pit lane. Frelick at 35.8. Same for Sweeney, and just a little bit longer for Madonia. I'm not sure where all the time was lost or made up in Cole Frelick's position, but hey, whatever works, works. I suppose it would come likely in getting down to pit road speed coming off of turn number 4. That's where most of your time will be made up, I'd imagine, or lost under green flag pit conditions. But you see the guys who pitted earlier on in this race, guys like Alan Elwood, Joey Newsel, Ryan Samsel, Spencer Ray, Zach Buchanan. They're still on the speedway, and they're within 5 seconds of one another because they have not pitted yet under this green flag run. And this is what you get into in the Indy 500. You get some of those guys topping off on fuel. They then can go extra distance like we're seeing now, and it just completely turns this race on its head for a little bit. You get these mid-cycle complete change-ups of the running order, and 5 guys now we know can go just a little bit longer.
And a lot of our conversation earlier about driver psychology involved if you were involved in an incident, or if you were in a wreck, or if you were in the wrong place, wrong time, and use a fast repair and whatnot. This is also a test for guys like Ravon, like Sweeney, like Frelick, like Madonia, who were at the front of the pack. They were the front 4 and leading all the laps and trading the fast lap times amongst each other. And now they find themselves mired back in 6th, 7th, and so on. And in some cases, in and around guys who they haven't really seen a lot so far here today. And they're holding their breath that a yellow flag doesn't come out, and it's given advantage to some of the guys like Elwood, Newsel, and more who are on that differing pit strategy. This is a chance for drivers to make up incremental amounts in the running order with the flip of a switch, that switch being the caution lights. So this is where you also got to start to see guys like some of the heavy hitters who we knew would be favorites to win this race. They got to keep their cool and composure throughout this portion of the stint, because it will, in due time, come back to them, as some of these drivers like to hit the pit lane now.
Looks like 2 drivers elected to go down the pit lane. That's Newsel and I cannot tell. Oh, that's Samsel. So both drivers elect to come down the pit road at the exact same times, as looks like still the top 4 essentially just keep themselves out. Oh, it looks like Samsel kind of overshot. That's going to cost him a few seconds, I'm assuming, with the speeds on the speedway. But looks like everybody kind of feeds off into the racetrack. So just all eyes on Elwood Ray to see when they come down into pit road to get that car filled up.
Elwood should come in this time or the next, I would imagine. Maybe a little bit longer. Seems like he might have pitted a little bit later than his counterparts that pitted that lap in Newsel and Samsel. So we could see this top 3 extend this stint past lap 50 if they're really getting everything they can out of the fuel tank, which would really change things up. I mean, that's a quarter of the race, Eric. Obviously, they can't go 50 laps on a tank, but a few more cautions sprinkled throughout as, Andrew Maybach! Oh, buddy, the 11 car all over the straightaway. What a save.
But as that car shot out of our camera frame there, I thought that was going to be a huge impact to the inside wall. He's able to live to fight another day, as a couple of cars were blending off the pit lane that time. And I think that's what may have caused a bit of a scare. We're on board with Maybach now, who probably has to give himself a couple of seconds. And there's the caution, with Elwood still leading. Spencer Ray and Zach Buchanan, your top 3. And it's Stephen Powers for the second time tonight. This looks like it's off turn 4, and he may not have been the only one involved.
No, definitely not the one involved. We do have the number 50 as well. That looks like it's just on the exit of turn 4, maybe between 3 and 4 where the incident happened. But luckily for them, close to pit entry. And we're just going to have to wait to see on the replay to exactly to determine what happened between those two.
The incident comes out of turn 4. That is Powers in the fence in the short shoot between 3 and 4, and there he is, spins around and comes down off of the wall. Maybe how does Walters get involved in this? Out of turn 4. Oh, he hits the wall, missing him. Look at that hit! Oh my goodness!
Ironically, these are two cars that were involved in one of our earlier incidents earlier tonight, and for Walters, I believe that may be it. I don't recall if he had to use a fast repair the first time through, but he was just trying to avoid the stationary car as he came out of 4, caught the wall with the outside, very similar to what Ari Leyendyke did here in 1998 in an IROC race, and we're going to be on board here with Walters, and we mentioned we absolutely love this paint scheme that he's running tonight. Catches the wall and then bang, hard to the inside, and then pirouettes perpendicular to the racing surface. Fortunately, the rest of the traffic was able to get by, but the night has gone bad to worse for both of these drivers here, as it will slow the field right in the midst of pit cycling.
Yeah, exactly. This is definitely going to shake up the field, as we do have Elwood coming down in the pit lane under yellow. We do have Spencer Ray as well, so it looks like pretty much everybody, other than the top 4 that we saw, so Zach again coming down into pit lane. So a lot of drivers coming down. It's going to be interesting to see where everybody feeds off, and looks like Ravon is also on the pits, if my eye's not mistaken. So, well, looks like the order is going to be shaken up, Andrew. I'm excited to see what happens out of this.
Yeah, it is. Cole Freilich stays on the speedway. He will assume the race lead. He brings Sweeney and Key with him. It looks like some other drivers staying out would be Madonia, Chubb, Rexford, Erickson, and Jaron Fast, staying on the racetrack under this pit cycle. So that pays off for Elwood. He'll come out, it looks like potentially first car off the pit lane. There he is in front of Spencer Ray, and Zach Buchanan is close behind. Under this caution flag, we'll take another break. We'll be right back to you from the Brickyard.
Sound Art introduces an entirely new way to listen to music in your home by combining the best of 2 products, a revolutionary high-fidelity, low-profile Bluetooth wireless speaker with beautiful artwork. Select from a library of artwork or upload your own photos to personalize your experience. Sound Art ushers in an era of invisible, beautiful, and amazing sound throughout your home and redefines your entire entertainment system. The need to reclaim your floor space and rid your home of unsightly speaker boxes that need to be bolted to the wall is now a thing of the past. Our canvas is printed on high-quality permalite by Breathing Color. And select from our gallery or upload your own. Standard sizes include 16 by 20 and 18 by 24 canvas wrapped. Custom sizing is available, as well as surround sound options.
Alright, what's up everybody? I am Slothy Racing. I'm the presenting sponsor of this year's IORL Indy 500, and you're probably wondering, why am I even talking to you guys right now? Because should not be racing. And, well, yes, I should be. In the good old number 15 Slothy Racing Race Nation TV card. Okay, now that we got that out of the way. Go check out my channel on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Slothy Racing. I'm going to provide a clip of why you should watch it right here.
Oh! Oh, there's a car stopped on the front straightaway, and you're telling me there's not a yellow? There we go. Yellow's out. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
I had no idea you were there. Right. So, now that we absolutely destroyed that guy, go check it out.
Have you found yourself trying to hide your joy because you're unhappy with your teeth? Your smile is the first feature noticed in an interview, on a date, or in family photos. We want you to be able to shine bright as your best self, and our teeth whitening system is the perfect step toward restoring your confidence.
Welcome back to the virtual Brickyard. Caution still underway. We'll be coming right back to the green flag. Lap 50 of 200. Cole Freilich, your race leader. And he's got a field of 20-some drivers behind him that all want to put their names atop the scoring pylon in the 12th annual IORL Indianapolis 500. But they've got to go through the presenting partner of this race,
Rather, seeing Slothy Racing just gives me a lift for some reason. I don't know why, but saying Slothy Racing, thinking about Slothy Racing for some reason, just completely changes things up in my brain. We'll take the green flag regardless, though, and I'll figure out how to talk again as we go back. Green flag racing, 1/4 way down in the 12th annual IORL Indianapolis 500. Cole Freilich holds that race lead up out of turn number 2. He'll fight down the backstretch ahead of Reed Sweeney. Of course, the pit stops changing things up, Eric. Those guys further back, they've got slightly better tires, though. When do you think they start to matter?
We might see it pretty quickly here with Ravon having to restart towards the back of the pack. He's outside the top 10 right now after he elected to come down and take tires. But the front runners are on the same strategy. Freilich leads at the line. Sweeney in the slipstream trying to close up. We've got a newcomer here in third, and here's the battle for the lead. Sweeney down low. Freilich not giving it up easy here. He'll hold the lead back to 2.
Freilich seems comfortable defending that position on the outside. That's not something we're kind of used to seeing the lead car defending on the outside lane, but he made it work, and he got a great run on the exit of 2 as he keeps his position on 3. Madonia looks racy, trying to get the position from Key in 3rd place, but he doesn't seem like he quite got the run as Key once again shuts the door on Madonia as they continue scrapping as they head into the front straight.
Key Madonia going at it. You see Madonia's green 49 out of the top side. Takes a crack at the top of Adam Key. Can't quite take that spot away. Maybe he will. Again, that top side. It's so incredible how you're able to get to the outside of somebody and take that position away. That's something I've not seen here on the sim before with these Indy cars in Indianapolis. That is entirely new, and that's a new dynamic these drivers have to work with.
Risk involved is if the driver on the bottom starts to lose the front end of their car and slides up into the side. Next thing you know, you're both in the pit area begging for a fast repair if you still got one at your disposal. Madonia, though, not worried about it at all. He's been one of the most aggressive on the night, using that high lane to perfection. We've also seen Rick Ravon do it a couple times. Now we're going to watch Reed Sweeney try to make it work. He pulls out a line outside of Freilich. Looks like he thought about it. Lifted early in the corner. Conceded defeat early. Freilich holds the lead to 2.
Yeah, looks like Sweeney not as comfortable as Freilich or Madonia on the outside lane, as looks like Freilich is now comfortable defending on the inside as he goes near to the white line to defend that position. Sweeney once again swings around the outside, but decides better of it and just backs off slightly into turn 3, and they head into turn 4. It's still a 1-2-3, Freilich, Sweeney, and Madonia.
Don't look now, but last season's champion Matt Chubb is starting to draft up to these guys, and that's what this battling does, is it brings drivers that are further behind into this group as Sweeney takes the race lead on the top side. It used to be you take a dive to the inside, you've got the spot just about as Freilich washes up. Boy, he's learning quickly that he doesn't have the same downforce to rely on this evening as he did yesterday with the Nork running of this race. So he's got to be a lot more careful in behind somebody, especially right there in 2. You see, he stays high, keeps some front downforce on that machine, but he's got to get up there and take a more calculated crack at the top if he wants to take that race lead back away. But again, you used to just have to get to the inside of somebody to take this position away, as Cole will take another stab at it down the front stretch. It looks like he'll take it away for now. Does he have him cleared by 1? He does, but he constricts that entry, and that could also play into why these guys are getting tight. Of course, you wear the tires out more, you're going to have less grip.
One thing I noticed by that move that was made by Sweeney a lap ago, he chopped down in front of Cole Freilich before they got to turn 2. I'm wondering if that abruptly impacted the downforce levels of the front wing of Freilich's car, which kind of added to his wash up off the corner, but it didn't take him long to regroup and get the lead back. Also, as we get down further into this race, we're going to want to start watching the timing element of drivers who make passes off turn 4. That may turn into a race-winning move if we get down to the wire and drivers have to exercise the slipstream, positioning where you want to be. Do you want to be leading off the 4th corner? Do you want to be 2nd in line, maybe 3rd in line? We're going to have to start watching that unfold once we get into the second half of this race. Took note of Freilich's availability to get back in front at the start-finish line the last time he moved up to P1.
That's a perfect point, and that's something we nearly saw yesterday on the Indy 500, but unfortunately we just got cut short. But that's definitely a valid point, and definitely something that the drivers will be taking a look at as they head deeper into this race. But Rick Ravon is still in 10th place as he chases down Ericsson right now in 9th place. He seems to be comfortable racing with these guys. Kind of not going what we thought, Eric, at one point in time, just being, just taking his time to learn what the driver ahead of him does. As you can see, just being also confident running that outside lane, just avoiding that dirty air, and well, staking behind Ericsson to try and get a run on the back straight.
It's so wild to me how we're seeing some of these drivers work up the racetrack almost like a dirt race, as Buchanan's got a run on Ravon. He takes it to the outside of Rick, and he takes that spot away. That's good for 10th for Zach. He moves up into the top 10 now. He's the only driver in this race who has won this one multiple times. Rick would love to join him on that list, but Zach storming ahead. He's also a 2-time champion in the IORL IndyCar Series. Well, now he's got to look at the back end of that 45 car. Somebody who's already seen the back end of that 45 car and gone on by is the 6 car, Spencer Ray. Took tires, the most recent yellow, after staying out a little while later on some older tires under our green flag pit stop cycle. He was able to use the extra grip, in fact 10 lap difference grip, to get ahead of Blake Erickson and into 8th. Eric, I asked you at the restart when tires might start to matter. We're starting to learn the answer to that question. It's lap 60 and these guys are moving forward.
Wasn't Spencer Ray one of the cars that was virtually destroyed early in this race after triggering one of our early race cautions off of turn 2? So, yeah, he's somebody who is already proving that you can come from the back of the field and have an issue and put yourself up towards front-running contention. Now, we mentioned on the broadcast last night, he's running a paint scheme that goes back to Justin Wilson's ride that he ran for Dale Coyne Racing back in 2012, so I'll add this one to a list of my favorites as well. Wilson got a win at Texas with the Sonny's Barbecue colors, so we'll see if Ray could win the IORL Indianapolis 500 tonight. He's coming back from some significant damage. He knows that he does not have that fast repair to still lean on tonight, at least to the best of our knowledge. He's doing a great job so far trying to keep himself up in contention while we continue to watch Buchanan work his way towards the front, just outside the top 10 as they run, chasing down Rick Ravon for now.
Ravon found himself back into P10, chasing once again Ericsson as Zach tries to get past once again our last year's champion, Indy 500 champion. But just as we mentioned that, Eric, just imagine how well does that sit in Ray's head, thinking that it's so early in the race, you were in a wreck, and right now you find yourself well settled in the top 10 with a definite chance of moving yourself further up. So definitely does huge to the psychological advantage for the driver, and well, I'm pretty sure that's just going to boost him even further as he goes deeper into this race.
Down the front stretch to complete the 61st lap of the IORL Indianapolis 500. Cole Freilich, your race leader in that 15 car. He's got this race currently under control as Reed Sweeney has lately been rather content to ride second place. You see Madonia in that green car, top of your screen, filing into third, as well as Adam Key back there in fourth. Matt Chubb, last season's champion, rides fifth. So the top 5, a pretty solid set of drivers. Then it gets even better. You see Corey Rexford in sixth, moving his way forward. He just wants this race to go his way for once. He was talking to me earlier on today, talking about how much bad luck he's had in Indianapolis lately. It doesn't matter what race it is, what series it is. He just wants to turn his luck around. We're going to knock on wood. Hang on, let me get ready. Knock on wood that everything holds, or at least maybe gets better or doesn't get too much worse for the Proximity Racing driver, because that bad luck has been very evident. Comes into this evening just wanting an upturn. So far, it's going right.
So far, everything is going his way. And, I also like to point out that there are some people who just adapt to races of this nature. Very calm, cool, collected, composed. I would put Corey Rexford in that category, at least through the dialogue that him and I have shared in the past. He's not somebody who gets overly excited. He's able to stay relatively focused, and he is doing a good job at doing just that. He's not making any flashy moves. He's not darting in and out of traffic, and we have not seen that car in an incident so far, so I will knock on wood as well here on my end, Andrew, because I certainly don't want to be the announcer jinx for him, but I like the race he's running. Very quiet, very unassuming, slowly trickling up the scoring pylon. He may be in the mix when we get towards the end of this one, and he's doing a great job tonight by far.
Yeah, exactly. He's doing a perfect job because Oh, as we do have a caution on lap 64. It looks like the number 5 now finds himself on pit road, and he's missing a front left tire. So I'm assuming a huge hit, maybe on the inside wall, or maybe to another car.
This is Alan Elwood, who we've already seen wadded up in this race. Remember, he was part of our first caution flag way back on lap number 1. He was racing. That was the name escapes me. Ryan Sampsell, who had gone on by, and here comes Ray Dolly, somebody else who we've seen in an incident tonight. Ray Dolly all the way down the backstretch into turn number 3. Oh my!
Yeah, Dolly had a terrible
Oh
angle.
no!
Oh,
is that Stephen
who
Ellis
was that?
again? That was either
Trying to get
Stephen Ellis
confirmation.
or Steve Rada.
Yeah, we'll try to get confirmation. Either way, it's been a bad night for Steves in this field because a lot of them have been caught up in some incidents so far here tonight. We'll get one more look at this here, and I believe, was that who? Andrew, was that Rada?
So it was Rada. What's bizarre to me is Stephen Ellis led Steve Rada to his issues. We got 3 Steves in the field, and one just led another to his demise in turns 3 and 4. I don't think you can make that up in any kind of movie script. So this is another look at things for Steve Rada down the backstretch. We saw him have problems at Long Beach. He just cannot catch a break quite clearly. This is going down the backstretch, heading to turn 3. Stephen Ellis is that car on the outside of Andrew Maybach in turn 3. Ellis is going to make it through, but this Steve not so lucky as Alan Elwood comes down the racetrack right there, and Elwood just got cleaned out by Ray Dolly.
And I got to say, Dolly had a terrible trajectory heading into the corner. And I think at that point, he should have known that he entered so low, so early that car was going to want to go straight. It did just that, and it was unfortunate for Elwood, who led laps in this race earlier. But here we go. We got the leaders on the pit lane now, and we'll see who's able to get the jump out of the pits. A couple of cars coming in hot into their pit stalls. So far, we haven't seen anybody back up just yet. And let's see what happens here on what is a key pit stop. Freilich, one of the first to break free, and he's out and away first.
Looks like not only the leaders, looks like nearly the whole field, as we do have everybody. Looks like holding position for the time being, did not catch by someone jumping, but looks like everybody comes out for a healthy gap, at least on the top 3 at this moment. But things can definitely change in the midfield, judging by how close they were on pit entry.
So out of the pit lane, Freilich the first out. He will keep that race lead. Sweeney cycles into second. You see Madonia in third place, and the rest come on through. Chubb, it looks like, will take 4th. That's a big move for Matt to get up there and get that extra position. It looked like he was stuck behind Adam Key for a little while. Bear with us here. We're going to take one more break. We'll be right back to you with continuing coverage. These caution flags, they are changing the race, I think, oddly enough, for the better. They're keeping things pretty exciting. A lot of storylines to keep up with. Make sure you come back in a moment's time.
Sound Art introduces an entirely new way to listen to music in your home. By combining the best of 2 products, a revolutionary high-fidelity, low-profile Bluetooth wireless speaker with beautiful artwork. Select from a library of artwork or upload your own photos to personalize your experience. Sound Art ushers in an era of invisible, beautiful, and amazing sound throughout your home and redefines your entire entertainment system. The need to reclaim your floor space and rid your home of unsightly speaker boxes that need to be bolted to the wall is now a thing of the past. Our canvas is printed on high-quality permalite by Breathing Color. And select from our gallery or upload your own. Standard sizes include 16 by 20 and 18 by 24 canvas wrapped. Custom sizing is available, as well as surround sound options.
Alright, what's up everybody? I am Slothy Racing. I'm the presenting sponsor of this year's IORL Indy 500, and you're probably wondering, why am I even talking to you guys right now? Because should not be racing. And, well, yes, I should be. In the good old number 15 Slothy Racing Race Nation TV car. Okay, now that we got that out of the way. Go check out my channel on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Slothy Racing. I'm going to provide a clip of why you should watch it right here.
Oh! Oh, there's a car stopped on the front straightaway, and you're telling me there's not a yellow? There we go. Yellow zone. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
I had no idea you were there. Right. So, now that we absolutely destroyed that guy, go check it out.
Welcome back live to the virtual Brickyard. Cole Frelick, you just saw him talking about his Twitch channel, the Twitch channel that he is supporting this race with this evening. And if you follow Slothy Racing on Twitch, you'd be watching him currently lead the 12th running of the IORL Indianapolis 500. I gotta wonder, Eric, what do you think his chances are? You seem to be the guy to go for all kinds of betting questions, odd questions, etc. Where do you put his odds currently as he leads on lap 67 to complete the first third of this one?
Full disclosure, I'm obviously not all that good at betting because I don't live in a mansion or drive a really nice car
I don't know.
or have a
Hey,
race car myself.
I'm gonna stop you for a second. You got that pick right last night. Nobody else ever could have. You got something going for you.
Well, what's that expression? Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then. So I'll take that one. But one thing that Cole Frelick does have is not only speed and pace, but it's a level of determination. And I would say it was even more exemplified by his bad luck in the Newark running of the Indianapolis 500 last night. You mentioned, and we've seen it many a times in this broadcast, his name is on this race. He's done a lot of preparation for this race, and I think he's, almost got this feeling like the weight of the world is on his shoulders a little bit here, and he's kind of got to come out here and walk the talk, and he did it last night. I mean, he got the raw end of the deal while battling for the lead in an event last night, and then it came back and bit him again later on. So this one's more so going the way in which I think he was hoping for, and he's found himself in the lead here. So I like the odds. I'll stick with my Spencer Ray pick because I'm impressed with how he's come up through the field. But if I had enough money to put 2 down, I would put number 15 on that list as well.
I mean, at this moment, it doesn't seem like you can go wrong with Cole. He has just been on a run. I mean, as soon as he loses the lead, he quickly just comes back to it. He seems comfortable leading, punching that hole in the air. So, I mean, if there's a driver that wants to lead, doesn't want to be saving fuel, just wants to essentially just race as fast as possible, that's a driver I'm going forwards with, and I'm pretty sure he has a very, very strong chance, if he doesn't get into any incidents, to lead and win this race.
So earlier on, we talked about the most laps led in this race ever, at least in one running thereof, going to one Rick Ravon. Well, Rick currently runs in the 8th spot. He led 115 laps, if you missed it earlier when we talked to him pre-race, 115 laps last year. That is an amazing feat. I don't care if you're out there with just one other car. To lead 115 laps, that is incredible in this race. It's so incredible, in fact, that his very own teammate, Scottless Rambler, who he raced for this race win last year, well, he isn't here this evening, but through the last 3 seasons in IORL competition and running the 500, granted, 2018, 2019, they were 125-lap, 500-kilometer events. Rambler only amassed 110 laps led. The fact that Rambler blew that out of the water, Ravon blew that out of the water last year by 5 in just one race, it's still staggering to me.
It's an incredible stat for sure, and it almost adds a little bit more to the ideology that we are kind of being robbed of a battle between those two teammates here tonight because Scottless Rambler had a work commitment and couldn't make the race. I mean, I would have loved to have seen what they could do on the racetrack together, but we talked about Cole Frelick just a few moments ago, having that feeling of the weight on his shoulders or the weight of the world on his shoulders, and Rick Ravon is someone else who he talked very candidly, and I remember in the race that we covered back in Long Beach when he got a podium finish, he had one of the best interviews ever, and he has one of the best supporting staff that any of these drivers have in the field. But he was very candid about the fact that, yeah, the stats are great, but he cares about the race win so much. And I think that if he's able to parlay a similar performance that we may see out of him that we saw from the year prior, if he's able to parlay that into a similar notion, maybe he doesn't have to lead as much laps as we've been talking about, but certainly be in the mix. And remember, he was a little bit off strategy. He elected to come down on not the most recent caution, but the one prior. It kind of shuffled him out of that that front four. And then this yellow that just flew now put everyone back on the same strategy. So we might see a different Rick Ravon here when we get back underway. And I know it sounds like I like everybody in this field, but we also might see chances shift over into his favor as far as being able to go back-to-back and add to that lap lead total.
Something that really surprised me about Rick Ravon was just how calm and collected he was in the pre-race interview. He was just minutes away from the Indy 500, and he just sounded so calm, so confident on himself. I'm on the broadcast booth, and I felt more nervous than him. So, I mean, I'm sure he's not at all, worried being in 8th place. I'm sure he has the pace and the confidence on the car to move back into the 1st, 2nd, 3rd position. And I'm pretty sure right now he's just calm and collected on his race car, which is just exactly what you need when you're not on that comfortable position, those top 3 spots. So let's keep an eye out for him, because I'm pretty sure we're going to see that car just moving up a few spots on our time ticker.
Well, you know what, JP? He was so calm and collected, so confident earlier on, because while he is by no means what I would call old, he is the oldest driver to win this race at 50 years old last year. So he is getting up there. He's even said it on his Facebook, and that's why I'm okay saying that he's getting up there, and that, sim racing isn't a forever thing for him. At some point, he's not going to be doing this anymore. He's not going to continue this forever. Maybe not on the way out, but certainly I think one of the more experienced, if not most experienced drivers in this field. He knows what he's doing here. He knows, again, what he wants from the car, what he wants from the track, what he wants from the race. He's here to just ride around, see if he can grab a win. If so, awesome. If not, hey, there's always the next one. I think that is the ideology for the 7 car this evening. But back into the restart zone. Cole Freilich, your race leader. Reed Sweeney, 2nd. Brendan Madonia, 3rd. We go back. Green flag racing from the virtual Brickyard. And the 12th annual IORL Indianapolis 500 is back underway. Lap 71 starting to mix up for 2nd and 3rd positions. You see Madonia starting to maybe peek out and take a look at Sweeney, and Sweeney now almost had a run up to Freilich. 4th and 5th change hands as Key goes back in front of Chubb, and we saw earlier how tough it was for Matt Chubb to pass that 12 car out of turn 4. Freilich leads.
Got to reset and do it all over again, does Chubb, as the top 3 flash their way across the line. Andrew, you spoke earlier about your love for restarts at Indy, especially because they're single file. You don't get to full song to the back straightaway, and when you do, you got that slipstream on your side to try to set up and make a move in turn 3, and that is exactly what Adam Key did over Chubb to take that spot away. Now what does Madonia have? He pulls down very early on the straightaway. Not going to be able to have the institute of a draft, or the help of a draft, I should say, on Reed Sweeney in turn 3. Sweeney's going to protect that 2nd spot for now, while Freilich continues to parade the field.
Looks like Madonia is still on the outside lane. Freilich still on the lead, so it looks like the 1 through 3 is kind of what we are used to seeing, as it looks like Sweeney might have gotten a run on Freilich. Will he pull the car down the inside? Not quite, but look at Madonia on the outside. He's trying to get that clean air, trying to get that run to possibly get into 2nd position. I'm pretty sure Madonia wants to do what Freilich is doing, just leading and controlling the pace, essentially. Even though it's a flat-out racing, it's just as important as it is, as now he goes back into the slipstream, points to the outside, as we do have another switch of positions back here in the grid.
Jaron Fast, it looks like, oh no, this is actually Mikos and Ericsson going at it. I thought this was Ericsson and Jaron Fast going and doing battle down the backstretch. No, Chad Mikos, he wants back in the top 10. I believe this is the first time we've seen him run this race. Now, I say I believe because I had to think about it for a moment. I recall one Doug DeNice running this race in 2020. Doug DeNice and Chad Mikos, both very popular sim racing painters, especially back, as Mikos bobbles out of turn 1, especially back on NR 2003, NASCAR Racing 2003 season, as Mikos pushes way up in turn 2. But Doug DeNice and Chad Mikos do very well for themselves in terms of design. Mikos runs Big Evil Racing, Big Evil Design, that you grab so many numbers from, and we got a battle for the race lead. Madonia had it momentarily. Here comes Cole Freilich back on the inside of the 49 car, but I just want to give that shout out to Chad Mikos and the work that they do over at Big Evil Designs. So much work goes into that website, and I would be lying if I didn't say that some of these numbers that you see on your ticker aren't from Big Evil design. A lot of the numbers out there we came up with working on this over the last week or so with Spencer Ray. I want to give a shout out to him as well. But, for example, the 25 that you see from Mikos, the 33, the 49, and some others out there, we got those numbers from Big Evil Design. So a big shout out to Chad and Big Evil as we see this battle continue to go on. In fact, the 49 that we see on Madonia's car, that's from BED.
Right now, that 49 is trying to become number 1 in this race. He pulls down to the inside of Freilich, who almost scrubbed the wall out of 3 the last time through there on the short shoot. Madonia to the lead. Now, what will Freilich do to get it back? We saw Freilich be a little aggressive. They both went for the high line, and Freilich had to check up out of it big time. Here comes Sweeney with a monster run to try to take second. Freilich almost caught the wall. He's able to continue on, and he'll retain P2 for now.
Looks like Sweeney is playing the long game here, probably saving a bit of fuel. Key now finds himself in the lead battle, so right in P4. Essentially, the top 5 are on this lead battle, as now Madonia finds himself as the leading car. But look at Freilich. He definitely wants that lead back. He was leading for quite a few laps, and he goes down the inside, gets that lead back. Now Madonia, will he try it on the outside? No, looks like he just backs off for the moment, but this lead battle is definitely heating up.
We've had a problem for the driver of the 19. It looks like at some point here he has fallen 6 laps behind race pace, and Chase Shuttlesworth is in 22nd. We'll recap that later if at all possible. But lap 77, we're getting close to halfway. And Eric, this is about the time, I'd say, in the range of 50 laps or so, at least in the same quarter as when we started to see drivers last night in the Nork Indianapolis 500 start to go after it. They started to get more aggressive. We saw the battles ramp up for a little bit, but then we saw it calm back down until about 50 to go. When do you think these guys go to get some more laps led, get back towards the front of the field, and then settle back down? When do you think we see that in this race?
Oh, judging by the battles that we're seeing up at the front of the pack, I'm not sure that these guys aren't ready to go now. I mean, Adam Key just had a big moment off turn 2 where he got a little bit tail happy there, and we almost saw Cole Freilich get up at Never Neverland coming off 2 laps ago. So I'm having a hard time. Maybe it's because of the visual optic of some of these guys running that extended groove. I can't even call it the second lane because it is so wide sweeping and ranging that we're seeing Freilich, Madonia, Sweeney, and other drivers throughout the midfield all running up in that second groove. It almost makes it look like they're trying to be aggressive or set something up as Madonia tries to do just that here in turn 1. I don't know if we're going to get that point of relaxation in this race. These guys are really pushing hard, and perhaps maybe that's what they have to do to ensure they stay in their respective positions without getting too close to the car ahead, as Madonia now ducks for the lead.
I'm pretty sure this is not going to slow down whatsoever, as now Madonia on the inside of turn 3 gets the position. Freilic's going to be holding on the outside of turn 3 and probably holding around the outside of turn 4. He might get the run to get the lead back on the start-finish straight, but I'm pretty sure this is not going to calm down, because looking P5, who it is, who's probably going to be making a move soon. Rick Ravon finds himself in P5 and probably challenging Key on the next few corners, so we might have a 3-car battle that might just jump up into 4 or 5 in the next few laps.
Madonia wide in turn 2. What I saw from Freilich the last time through that I thought was interesting was he went wide in turn 2, Eric, almost like he was trying to block that lane, block that possibility. And we saw Madonia and Freilich do exactly that earlier on in this race. I wonder, is that going to become one of the key defensive tactics in this race? Of course, usually you see the snake. We haven't even seen much of that this evening. We're seeing more so protection in the corners and the straightaways.
Yeah, and that's something that I expect to see as the race goes on. I know that is how it unfolded towards the end of the Newark Indianapolis 500 last night. And for a lot of our viewers, we're referencing that because that was 500 miles of experience for some of the drivers in this field and for us watching. Now, granted, the setups are not exactly the same and the track conditions are not exactly the same, but the driver characteristics do in fact roll over to an event like what we have here tonight for the IORL. And I think that as we get later in the running, that defensive driving and coming down and protecting towards the inside wall on the main straightaway and towards the grass line on the back straightaway, I think it's going to start to come into play when we get into that second half of the race, or maybe even that final quarter of this event. Right now, though, everybody appears to be lessening their defensive moves as, boy, Madonia squeezed up to the outside of Freilich in the wall there to try to hunt the lead in one. These guys are racing pretty hard. They touch.
Looks like they both touch, and around goes Frelick. No, he saves it, does he? Yes, he does. Looks like Rick Ravon has to check up and loses a bunch of positions. Not pretty sure if any damage was done to him, but what a save from Frelick. Looks like his car might be okay, so he's now get back up to speed, but wow, that was extremely close between those two, wasn't it, Andrew?
Oh my goodness. These guys continue to surprise me, whether it's last night's Nork running of this one or tonight's IORL race. And look at this. Madonia sets himself out seconds ahead now, or 1.2 seconds ahead now of Reed Sweeney. We could see this the 49 car start to walk away. Even the 9 of Sweeney. The next battle is here for third with Adam Key and Cole Frelick. They are quite a ways back. We could see separation at the race lead for the first time all day long. And look at Rick Ravon swerving, checking the index on that car, trying to index the damage, see if he's got any possible issues. And we have got to look back at what just happened a lap or so ago. I can't wait to find out. All I know is it was amazing. Cole Frelick, will watch him into turn 1. And Eric, we saw these two get close. As here's Cole Frelick. We saw them get close. And it looks like in the short shoot, maybe Madonia comes off the wall a little bit right there. Ooh, and net codes into the 15.
My goodness, that save by Frelick is out of this world off of turn 2, and then everybody reacts accordingly. I mean, at that point, you think Frelick is going to go out of the ballpark there at the exit of the corner, and Rick Ravon pedaled it big time. He was lucky to not get run over from behind. The whole field did an amazing job on board with Rick Ravon here off the corner. At that point, he got a little bit loose himself there, and I have to wonder if that was as a result of him either getting on the binders or lifting abruptly and upsetting the balance of that car at that point of the racetrack, because I know that I would have been slamming on the brakes if I saw Cole Frelick that sideways in front of me at that speed, and they are able to continue on, but it didn't take long for Reed Sweeney to close up that margin. He goes to the lead.
Looks like, yeah, that didn't take long at all, just a matter of a few laps, and Sweeney goes back into the lead as Madonia finds himself once again into P2. They do have a 1 second gap to P3, but look at Madonia getting that run. Will he look on the outside, just searching for that clean air to preserve those front tires as long as he can? Obviously, those rear tires are going to be screaming in a few laps, but, well, he finds himself P2. He lost quite a big gap, so I'm not pretty sure if there's any aero damage to that car, but it doesn't seem like it is. He's getting a run once again on Sweeney.
So we've learned at this point that Trey Shuttlesworth's issues were due to a power outage up in the state of Pennsylvania. That has caught him out as we see a slow car re-enter the speedway right in front of our race leaders. That could be Rada. That's either Rada or Ellis. I got to figure out which, and that is Steven Ellis now in the 18th position. Fresh off the pit lane, he's on new tires with new fuel. That's going to change things up and extend the wake from the leaders back to third place, Adam Key. That could lead to these front bunch starting to, well, just do that. Bunch back together as we approach halfway. Reed Sweeney quickly got back up to that race lead, and I suppose that was from the toe, but he left Adam Key in the dust, almost 1 second behind. Now, Eric, usually the rule is you need to be within about a second of the driver ahead to be able to effectively use that draft. Now, with that lapped car in between Key and Madonia, I think Adam Key might be back in this for the front, and that would bring Cole Frelick along with.
Adam Key is somebody who has made a lot of noise in the championship standings over the last few rounds. In fact, he picked up 6 spots by virtue of a strong finish that he had here on the Indianapolis road course the last time out. And he is someone who has really taken a liking to Indy. I mean, think back a couple years ago when Simon Pagenaud pretty much swept the month of May. I know Adam Key didn't win the pole. I know he didn't go on to win the Indianapolis road course race, which ended up going to Rick Ravon, which was the last race that was held for these guys. But for Adam Key, riding that wave of momentum here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway appears to be paying off in a big way. But boy, that's the second time I've seen that 12 car get really loose off of turn 2. He's got to be careful with that.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a small mistake as a touch on the wall can really change up your race and can change up the whole grid's race, but he's definitely has to be careful because obviously as right now he's approaching that lapped car, looks like the gap is not getting quite close to Madonia, but he's feeling the effect of the slipstream, the dirty air as well, and well, he's finding, I guess, feeling a lot of pressure from Frelick behind. That guy was leading for a lot of laps. As you can see, just Frelick almost getting to the wall as well, as that dirty air seems to be affecting everybody as they head now into the back straight once again.
Freilich starting to move forward, and he is all but on the gearbox of Adam Key. Can't wait to see how this battle sorts out, but I do got to call attention to some drivers a little further back that we haven't seen yet this evening. This being Ernie Ludwig trying to pass the 75 of Ryan Samsel, rather. And Samsel, a longtime member of IORL. Ernie Ludwig, I think a name that is a little more recent, a little newer here in the series, but these guys going at it this for the 15th position, and then they're a little ways back of Zach Buchanan, of course, league owner here in the International Online Racing League. Got to spotlight him for a moment for all of the effort that's gone into this race, not week, but these couple of race weeks. Not quite a month of May, I'd say 3 weeks of May here in the IORL. We had the Indianapolis Road Course race that Eric mentioned just a few moments ago. Then last week, we had 2 days of qualifying, much like you do in real life. You have multiple sessions thereof. We had the Fast 9 Monday night. Then we had Bump Day on Wednesday 1 week ago. So it kind of spread things out over the course of Monday. Tuesday, they had some practice. Wednesday, they re-qualified everybody 10th position on back, or no, it'd be 22nd on back, my bad there. But they allowed those guys to get some extra track time and some other drivers to qualify their way into this race. Zach Buchanan, without his effort, without his careful planning, none of it would have been possible. We would not be here this evening covering this race if not for this guy.
Takes so much to wrangle up this many people to be on the same page for the number of days that it takes to put together a true Indianapolis 500 event on this platform, and Zach Buchanan is the guy who was able to put it all together. I love the Pennzoil look of that car. Not sure if he's paying homage to the old Panther Racing days when Sam Hornish Jr. was at the helm, or more so embracing the new driver of that machine, and the Australian in Scott McLaughlin. But nevertheless, Zach Buchanan is somebody who absolutely loves open wheel racing. He also happens to be pretty fast. He usually runs very well in a number of these races. As a matter of fact, he's fourth in the standings so far, with one top 5 in the season. But he's looking for a success on an event in which he helped build, albeit not single-handedly. He has a lot of help and a lot of supporters, including every driver in this field. But he made sure that everyone was aware of what time qualifying was, when the practice starts were, and he has done so much to make sure that this event would go off without a hitch. And I know that we're coming up on halfway here, but Zach Buchanan, regardless of the result tonight, he's still got a long way to go to get up in that top 10 or even in podium contention. He's got a lot to be proud of.
100%. He definitely has to be proud of this event, running. Oh, it looks like we do have. Oh my God, that's another save on the exit of turn 2. Chad, what a save! Just running that old pedal mash essentially on those brakes. But Andrew, that's I guess the third or fourth time we've seen a driver save that car. Not something we saw yesterday, and I'm just amazed every single time.
Wow. He's a master of the pixels. He's been on this sim a long time. Apparently, he's a master of the pixels on the racetrack too, not just painting these cars. I can't believe he just saved that one out of turn 2. That looked like sheer disaster, whether he binned it into the inside wall or overcorrected into the outside wall. Viewers, let's give a quick round of applause here to Chad Mickos. I can't believe it. That was incredible.
My only fear with that save, and it was absolutely out of this world incredible, my only fear is that if he locked the front brakes for a long period of time to redirect that car, as we saw when Cole Freilich got real sideways, it looked like he was trying to drive his way out of it. Here, I'm not sure if Mikos may have slammed on the brake pedal a little bit, but I think we are approaching the pit window. I believe the last restart was about 25 or so laps ago. I'll have to check my notes to verify that here. So even if he did slide the left and right fronts a little bit too long, he's not going to have to hang on for dear life for all that much longer here as we get closer to the opportunity for him to come down for fresh rubber with the upcoming pit stops. But the big news is he's still got a race car, and we still got Reed Sweeney out in front.
Yeah, exactly. If he still has those 4 wheels on the race car and is still going at well over 200 miles an hour, he's going to be fine. Looks like we do have a car going slowly into the pit lane. I'm not pretty sure what happened there, but Sweeney's still keeping up a half a second advantage from Madonia. So that gap is still very, very healthy as Stephen Powers looks like is coming down pit road. Looks like one of those tires might be damaged. That might be suspension damage, but I'm not quite sure. As Chad, again, might have just been those tires. They might have just been dead at this moment as he comes down pit lane.
Yeah, Miko's pits to cover up the mistake out of turn 2. A little slow into the box, but makes it in without too much issue. Now waiting for our race leader to make his way down the pit lane. And out of turn number 4, do we see the pit stop from Reed Sweeney? No, not quite. So the 9 car stays on the speedway. He will at least run one more lap. Eric, you're absolutely right. We're getting close to that pit window. We're at 31 laps since these drivers pitted. That would mean about 29 since we went green flag racing. Somewhere in that ballpark. So these guys are getting to where they've got to pit. I would say within 2 or 3 laps, they've got to come into the pit lane. They've got to take address to these tires. The question is, and we're not going to know this answer, I think, until we talk to a driver, how many tires do they have left? Now, I don't think we're going to have any tire troubles, but if we do get a certain cautions once again, and if they start taking tires to cover up the possibility of a short run, we could still enter that conversation.
And if we remember back to that first stint, we got to lap 40, but that was with the aid of 3 very long caution flags. So that wasn't a real gauge as to how long these drivers could go on this fuel run. And I think that the fact that we've had a couple of pretty significantly long stints, hopefully if this trend continues, we won't see these drivers have to struggle with the tire bank. But we're also starting to see drivers experience a little bit of handling difficulty here. And the yellow flags are going to be key as to how much is left in the tire bank for all these competitors, because I think that's going to play a huge role. As we see now, Ryan Sapsell is in. Remember, he was on that alternating strategy earlier when the field kind of got split. Everyone was put back on the same page at the last yellow flag. So everyone is on the same page now. So Sapsell is going to be one of the first to pull the trigger and come down for service. And we'll see if Sweeney's going to elect to do the same as Freilich and Madonia battle. That's a big bobble there by Freilich off the corner as we're coming up on halfway and pit stops right around the corner.
Exactly, those tires might already be giving up as we do have Zach now coming down the pit lane, the number 4 car, that Pennzoil yellow as Blake Erickson, again, another driver coming down to pit lane. So we might see the leaders coming sooner or later. Sweeney now has an even bigger gap, 0.8 of a second, as obviously Madonia and Freilich were battling, as we do have, looks like Sweeney and Freilich coming down to pit lane. So only Madonia staying out. So it's going to be interesting to see where everybody feeds out in a few laps time.
Sweeney and Freilich, they'll come in and they will bring Jaron Fast in the number 33, waiting to see if anybody else comes down the pit lane this time by as we eclipse, we take lap 100. We'll eclipse it this next time by the flag stand as we complete it. It looks like they might bring in, no, nobody else that time through. So Brendan Madonia will take the race lead, a second ahead of Adam Key. But of course, with the way this cycles out, or at least the way it cycled out last time, we know Madonia was a little bit slow in the pit lane. He's got to make some of that time up, Eric, and it's going to happen right here, getting into the pits. He's got to push it as hard as he can to these cones, so much further down than the NASCAR counterpart here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You've got to execute in pit lane, and it starts right there.
A couple of opportunities to make up and lose ground on the pit lane, and you pointed out one of the first ones, and that is getting on to the pit lane. We see Trey Patton, another one of our alumni in the field, not having the night that he would have hoped, but it's been quiet. He has not been involved in a number of the multiple cautions we've seen so far here tonight. He slides into his stop. Oh, he overshot his pit box there a little bit. Had to back up and get it back in line. It looks as though Patton is running the McLaren number style on that 66 here tonight, so a good move by him. But not only can you make up or potentially lose time getting onto the pit lane, as Spencer Ray is going to lead this last batch down, but also when you exit, look out. Corey Rexford almost into the back of Spencer Ray there, trying to get down to the pit speed limiter.
And that's just how dangerous it is, slowing down from well over 210 miles an hour to, I'm pretty sure, less than 60. So also close between Corey and Ray, but luckily those two keep at it as Ludwig now once again the 3rd car in this lap to come down into pit lane, as everybody, I'm pretty sure now the pit cycle might be complete, and we're just gonna have to wait and see who feeds off where, and well, only the time will tell. But looks like Sweeney and Freilich still leading. Those two are gonna be keep on battling, and well, the battle is still on for the lead.
Reed Sweeney keeps the race lead, and he brings Cole Freilich with him. The problem, if you're Brendan Madonia, is he is much further back in this field. He's going to re-enter the field after this all cycles out behind Rick Ravon, and that's going to be around the 7th spot or so. He might have a run here for 6th on Spencer Ray. He looks outside, and oh, that's way up the racetrack into the dirty stuff right in front of Corey Rexford. thankfully keeps a handle on that race car. I'm not sure how he's able to do it, but props to Brennan Madonia for being able to run that high on the track and keep things in control. Cole Freilich all over Reed Sweeney. They were nose to tail into turn 1.
Battle for the lead continues on. We'll point out that Corey Rexford, after that big slide in the pit area, looks as though he got away with one there. He's still running in the 8th spot. No speeding penalty for him. Here is Madonia getting around Ray. Now we'll look at Rick Ravon, who, remember, he had that big lift moment after that Freilich sliding save off of turn 2. He fell back a little bit here. Now riding 5th. He's starting to hunt the top side of the racetrack, trying to see if he can close up here on Matt Chubb, the former IORL champion, or I should say the reigning IORL champion, who also has had a quiet run up in the top 5. They're just a couple of car lanes back from Adam Key, who holds 3rd. This 3-car train heads off into turn number 1 with Chubb holding down P4. He's got 3rd place just in front of him, and there, rocketing around the outside, comes Ray Vaughn to go to 4th.
It was absolutely like Chubb was not there whatsoever. He just flew on by, just so much faster, so much more grip, and that's just the power that you get without being on that dirty area. And well, he looks like he's lining up another move at this moment in time, this time on Key as he settles into turn 3 and turn 4, as looks like further back Madonia is still trying to fend off Ray for that essential P6 position at this moment in time, as we do have still Zach looks like battling with Ericsson, so the battle for 14th is still very much alive after the pit cycle.
Yeah, this battle's shaping up as Ray Vaughn goes purple that lap. He's up into the 3rd spot now as he easily goes by Adam Key. Where does this guy get his speed? Boy, I'd love to know. I got to get some myself. He is just on rails as he takes that 3rd position away. Madonia, boy, he was dirt tracking out of turn number 2. We don't have that dirt track in turn 3 on the iRacing.com sim, but I think he wishes he did. He hung it all out of turn 2.
And we've seen a lot of guys do that off of that 2nd corner, get really loose, really sideways, but they are kind of forced or coerced to keep their foot in it because they don't want it to impact their speed all the way down that back straightaway. Here's Spencer Ray now tucked into the inside of Madonia to try to get that spot back. And I'm amazed that the outside lane works not only when you have a run and you can go up there and kind of rim ride around the top, but also even in defense. That's one of the most noticeable elements that I've seen tonight that did not seem to, I think, be a factor in our race last night, as Ray's going to try to get on the inside. But even trying to defend your position, as Madonia does it again in turn 3, outside line seems to have a little bit of an edge for some of these cars.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not pretty sure if that's just the clean air, but look at the gap that Madonia has to the car ahead, so might not just be it. So as you mentioned, Eric, looks like the outside lane is just as good for defending as it is good for overtaking, as we're probably going to see that being used between these two, as now Freilich and Sweeney they do have a well over 2.5 second gap all the way down in P3 for Rick Ravon. So it's going to be interesting to see if Rick can catch up. I'm pretty sure if anyone in the grid can do it, I'm pretty sure it's going to be him, but these two seem to be working together and just checking now from Indianapolis from 3rd place.
This is the separation we never saw at the race lead last night, Eric, and this is proving to me one thing. Cole Freilich has got something. We've seen Reed Sweeney up here all night long. We know he's got something in that number 9 car, and we know Rick is fast. He's just got to get back up here by virtue of the draft. But this is showing that Cole Freilich has got something this evening. He continues to move up ahead of that 9 car, lead some laps. Oh, my. I'll knock on wood some more. As soon as I praise this guy, he goes and scares me out of the 2nd corner. But still, this is shaping up to be Cole's best running so far at Indianapolis that I at least have seen. I know he's pretty quick to get flustered sometimes. He's got to set back. He's got to just pull the reins back in, settle back down, and he can go up there and get Sweeney at any point in time as long as he keeps the draft. You see him ducking down inside down the front stretch. I think that's just trying to give himself a gap into 1. But as long as Cole just starts to pace himself, take this run one step at a time and not have that moment there, he can still make good things out of this. But with 90 laps left, ooh, he's starting to make me regret praising him, man. He's starting to fall way back.
Starting to slip and slide a little bit more is that of Cole Freilich, who's had a couple of scares tonight in turn 2, and you don't want to overstep that boundary because we've seen drivers lose it all by themselves on a couple of occasions over the last 2 nights. And Freilich is someone who, even though he's starting to lose touch with the car up ahead and Reed Sweeney, the leader, you see him trying to follow him, snake his way down the front straightaway to continue to sniff any opportunity of a draft that he can off of the back of Sweeney's car. But Freilich is certainly struggling with the handle here, and we got a car on the pit lane, and that's Spencer Ray with rear end damage. Second time tonight, and that may be it for Ray as far as his contention for a win.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, it's going to be the second time he comes down in pit lane with damage. He was trying to overtake Madonia. Now, what will happen here? Will he just lose the car on turn 3? Looks like that seems all settled and done. Looks like the car is planted mid-corner. No issues there. So I'm not pretty sure. Oh, wait, just loses, just goes a bit wide maybe. And, well, that was a big kiss on the wall, wasn't it?
Bit of brain fade right there down the front stretch. We are getting into our longest run so far between last night and this evening. So in 1,000 miles Indianapolis, at some point you're going to lose a little bit of focus, and he did right there out of 4. Then that damage leads to him losing it just like that out of 2. And much like we've seen a few times, even though he comes back over the white line a little bit, no caution flag from that. And that is so painful to see for Spencer Ray, somebody who's had such a fantastic grip on this racetrack the last couple of evenings. That is not at all pleasing to the eyes for the number 6 car. Things shaping up front, though, and evolving as Sweeney holds the lead. Freilich dropping back. Could have possibly been tactical by that driver of the 15. That brought Rick Ravon straight into this fight as Ravon has just ditched that 12 car. I never thought I would see somebody just drive out of the draft like that, but if anybody's going to do it, I guess it's going to be Rick.
How about Ravon going purple there that time through, turning the fastest lap of this race as they kick off lap 112 here. So Rick Ravon, someone who's been up and down the running order. Remember early in this race when he went from the lead, battling for the lead back and forth, back to 3rd, didn't let it phase him. Then he gets shuffled back to about 8th on the grid after pedaling it off turn 2 to miss what we thought would have been a spinning Cole Freilich. Didn't let that phase him. Got off pit strategy at one point in this race. As Freilich goes for the lead in front of him, Rick Ravon is starting to arrive on the scene as we get closer to when it matters most. He's putting himself back up in race-winning contention. He rides P3 in his closing while Freilich goes back to the lead.
Exactly, just as Ravon is catching them, Freilich moves himself, as you mentioned, back into the league. I'm pretty sure Sweeney will be trying to get a position as soon as possible, unless he's thinking about fuel strategy. But just as you mentioned, Andrew, I've never seen anyone that was a 2-second gap he pulled on key at one moment, and I've never seen anyone do that. So I'm not pretty sure what he's running under that car, but I mean, as you mentioned, you need some of that. I definitely.
Stephen Ellis into the pit lane. I thought we had trouble for a moment from this 46 car. I'll be honest, when I saw his car suddenly drop in pace, he's coming in. That one caught my eye. Now, he was somebody we saw pit under the previous run, and I think that was after getting a weave around maybe. Of course, being on a different strategy from the race leaders. But Ellis down the pit lane. Freilich, Sweeney, Ravon still in a row. Key holds on to 4th, and he's in his own little bubble, Eric. You see him holding on to the tatters of that draft, the slightest sniff of wake from the 7 car. He might be able to run up to these guys if they start racing. The other thing that I'm sure slowed these lead 2 down and brought Rick back into it was battling. I think if they had lined up and just gone, they probably could have stayed further ahead of that 7.
There's got to be a little bit of a delta to consider if you're somebody like Adam Key. I mean, yeah, we saw Rick Ravon up and leave and set sail on these front runners. Got his margin down to about 3/4 of a second. But for Adam Key, you're going to need a little bit of help, whether it be the top 3 starting to mix it up a little bit, or whether you just happen to be able to have that car come to you on the long run, which we have not seen out of him just yet. But that gap may start to get to a point where it's a little bit insurmountable as that fight for the lead begins to intensify. Sweeney now by in turn 1. Freilich rim riding up top here. This is where things have gotten sketchy before. Keeps his momentum up, but Ravon now closes down to less than half a second from 3rd.
Now the battle is definitely going to be heating up as Freilich goes down the inside once again, gets that move done. Sweeney comes back into second. Ravon, I'm pretty sure, is just biding his time at this moment, saving a bit of fuel, saving a bit of tires, and he might attack at the end of this stint, but he's definitely letting those two battle as now Sweeney gets another one, goes down the inside, is just rinse and repeat all over again. It goes down the inside. Freilich's going to yield that position for the time being, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be getting that back as soon as they hit the back straight.
Spencer Ray back in the race, albeit some 7 laps down, as the leaders continue to go at it toe-to-toe, and it looks like 5th place, Adam Key. Actually, he just lost 4th place to Matt Chubb, so move Matt Chubb up into 4th as we start to see some separation. It's almost like seeing the first pack, the second pack at Daytona or Talladega, Eric, where these guys are able to drive away and separate themselves into their own battles. The question is, in some 15 or so laps, wouldn't they pit? How do things shake up then, especially with, it looks like Sweeney, Freilich, they came in on 1 lap. Ravon came in 1 lap later as the lead changes hands one more time. And we're starting to see Rick Ravon do the exact same thing we saw earlier on, where he just sits back and lets these kids battle. But I gotta wonder how much further these groups could separate, again, in that pit cycle, if we stay green for 15 or so more laps.
With more pit stops on the horizon, I keep thinking about Brendan Madonia. I mean, he was up there with these 3, had the pace, was leading laps, was going for it back and forth, and now twice on 2 different green flag pit stop occasions, Madonia has lost significant ground, this time enough to put him out of that lead group and 3.6 seconds off the leaders. Madonia's got to figure out what he's doing wrong and where he may be losing that precious time. I'm not sure if it's getting on the pit lane. I'm not sure if it's coming through the access roads in turns 1 and 2. But if Madonia wants to put himself back up there as a possible contender, he's got this high line thing figured out. He's proven he can make passes and defend his spot in whatever position he may be running. But he's got to stop the bleeding on the pit stops, and another one's right around the corner. That's his next chance to figure out what he's got to do to right the ship.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he has to figure that out ASAP, because if anything happens at the end of the race that everybody darts into the pit lane, you don't want to lose critical positions within the final few laps. So he definitely has to line himself up, because there are only 80 laps to go, so probably 3 pit cycles left, unless obviously something else happens in. But first, he needs to find a way past Chubb, and after that, he has to catch up essentially 3 seconds on clear air. So not pretty sure how he's going to do that other than a yellow, but well, I'm interested to see what comes out after on these next few laps.
Yeah, Madonia's got to figure something out, and it could be something as simple as turning the pit limiter on too soon. I highlighted a little while ago under that most recent cycle of pit stops that you see the yellow cones there much further down the pit lane. He could be expecting the cone at the pit wall entry, where the attenuator is that Cole Freilich hit last night. He could be expecting the time to start there, and that could be what's checking him up. It could be any number of things, maybe even just lighter on the throttle on exit to keep the car settled. This car does get very... Oh, no, Cole Freilich! No! Not the second night in a row. That right front is destroyed, and he's in the wall hard. Lap 121, caution flag out for Cole Freilich.
What a heartbreaker for Freilich, as you mentioned, second night in a row. Now he's trying to get the car righted with oncoming traffic. He's going to burn it down here. Looked like he almost got away with minimal damage there, but then he got into the grass, and with that existing suspension damage on the right front, it hooked him into the wall. That tire is still attached, so that's something that we talked about earlier, courtesy of Emerson Arden, who's on our social media coverage tonight. That may lessen the repair time on this vehicle. But what a heartbreaker for Freilich, who had a top 3 car all night and is now skating across the wall in the exit of turn 3.
Definitely a heartbreak. Definitely something unexpected for sure. Caught everybody out. And, well, as you can see, just barely enough, I guess, barely enough control he has over that car. It's going to be interesting to see if he can turn that car significantly left to get into the pit lane. But, wow, I mean, he for a second almost got it saved, but then the car completely snapped on him. Luckily, as you mentioned, Eric, he still has a fast repair, so he's still in contention for this race. Granted, he doesn't have all 150 laps, but he still has over 70 laps to get back to the battle. But, well, that's definitely going to dent his confidence a bit.
There's a solid chance as well that he loses a lap in all of this. We're going to follow this story with him before we go back and see the replay. Where's his box? Oh, no.
He's definitely going to lose a lap now having to tow. I don't even know where his box is. It could be the box that he's trying to get into. And you know what? It is. I see his fire suit down there. But, oh, and he just damaged the left rear. That... Is it going to work? Is this going to somehow work for Cole? This is painful. This is painful to see. And he's going to have to accept the tow. Maybe. He's still trying. Cars are coming towards him on the pit lane, though. He's got to get this sorted out quickly. Sweeney and Moore are in the pits. Can he get into his box? Oh, my goodness. This legitimately hurts to see. Finally, up on the jacks. You see everybody in the pit lane. Let's go back, though, and see what happens to the driver of the 15. We saw it happen pretty well live, but we still got to go back and we got to diagnose this, right, Eric? He was in behind, of course, Reed Sweeney. There's the initial contact, and he was trying to save the race car. You can see how terribly towed the right front is. He's onto the grass and then hard on the wall.
We've talked throughout the last couple of nights. JP Costas alluded to it a lot. Aero wash. I mean, I think he just got so close to the back of Sweeney at a certain angle, at a certain speed, and a certain pace that he just lost all the downforce on the front wing. It pushed out to the wall. He wasn't anticipating it. And as you caught on the live shot, Andrew, which was a great job by you, that contact with the wall did enough damage. And we're going to see it here. Watch the steering wheel on Freilich's car. He closes up on Sweeney and then starts to push up here, catches the wall, and look at that. You can see the right front collapse. The wheel is now pointed pretty much towards the 2 o'clock hour, and that kicks him over into the wall once he bounces off the grass. I think it was a combination of not only the existing damage, but the grass line, and that just added further insult to injury. And then the pit lane snafu. That also was painful to watch, but I admire his level of tenacity. Not sure how he's going to fare as far as timing and scoring. He will get it repaired and back out there, and there is enough time to work your way through the field. But JP, that was gut-wrenching.
Yeah, exactly. That was just, I mean, I cannot put into words how surprised I am that, something like that happened to Cole. Obviously the aero wash is something that happens to everybody, when you're behind someone, but it just caught him up so bad. I'm not pretty sure how old his tires were, if they were faded at all, but, that's just, as you mentioned, just heartbreaking, gut-wrenching, but, well, I mean, he has to put that behind him and just focus on the next 80 laps, nearly 75 laps, to put that behind him and trying to get back to the lead battle, because he definitely has the pace to win this race.
Well, pace car lights have been extinguished, but we've got a chance to talk to a driver that's out there in racing, someone we've already talked to. So we got to ask Reed Sweeney, how's that number 9 car feeling this evening? We've seen you lead 41 laps so far. You've gone toe-to-toe with the best. What are your chances?
Well, I mean, hopefully we can make the right call and strategy here. The car's feeling all right. I feel like I'm kind of struggling in dirty air. But I guess we're just going to have to see how it plays out.
How bad is that dirty air? We just saw Cole Freilich make a big mistake behind you, push into that outside wall. How easy is that to do?
Yeah, it's very deceiving. It almost comes up on you on the exit, and then you're already foot to the floor, and then you're tracking up into the wall. So it's pretty tough, and even behind one car, I've been struggling a little bit. So hopefully we can make the right changes here with the weight jacker and the ARB and stay kind of closer behind people.
Well, buddy, can't wait to hopefully talk to you later on. Before we let you go, who do you want to shout out?
I don't know. I guess my mom and dad are, yeah, and just I want to thank Zach Buchanan and the IORL for having the league and for you guys for broadcasting it.
Absolutely. Thank you for putting on a show. We'll let you get back to it. Reed Sweeney restarting second place on this one as we get ready to go back. Green flag racing. You see Rick Ravon launch the race back underway. We'll take lap 125 now of 200 at the Brickyard. You see the side-by-side battle picking up through the first couple of corners off of that one as they get mixed up in the back. But Matt Chubb takes third position away as Sweeney fights to the inside of Ravon to take the lead back from the Master.
Just heard from the calm, cool, and collected Reed Sweeney as he is able to get the lead back here. Just one lap after the restart. And I think as we get later in this race, the restarts are going to be pivotal as to how things unfold in the laps to follow. Now, that sounds like an obvious statement, but we pointed out already on the broadcast tonight that the restarts in the sim are a little bit different than how they do it come Sunday for the 500 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 105th running of the greatest spectacle in racing. But here they do it on the main straightaway, and that could create some funnel or kickback effects that we could see. It could create some awkward spacing and create unique slipstream effects in turn 3, which right now Madonia is trying to take advantage of. We talked about his pit struggles. Pitting under caution hasn't been all that tough for him. He's back up there in third and closing on Ravon for second.
We saw how aggressive Madonia is, and look at him going on the outside, threading the needle pretty much on the outside of Rick Ravon. Looks like he might be able to hold it around the outside. Yes, he does. Rick probably does the smartest thing to do and kind of backs off out of it. And, well, Madonia now finds himself in second place, and with how aggressive he likes to be and how much he wants to lead this race, I'm pretty sure he's going to be on attack on Sweeney, as Ravon is definitely not going for his record of last year of that many laps led, but I'm sure he's happy to stay behind if he leads the lap of number 200 at the end of the race.
Well, if you go back to the top of the show, Rick was very clear. He doesn't care about stats. He's here to win a race. That's all that matters to Rick Ravon. Points and winning. As we fight back down to turn number 1, that's the only thing that's concerning the driver of the 7 right now. He doesn't mind to sit back there behind the kids, let them rough and tumble it up. And I also talked about the fact that he's the oldest winner of this race in IORL competition, winning last year at the age of 50, now 51. He's not old by any means, but he is older than the rest. And I think he's got the best chance at it. I think we're watching the Master just maybe pick out his apprentice possibly. And I can't wait to see how these next 70-some laps go as Rick Ravon has got his work cut out for him. And he's got this race, I think, going his way. I talked about it earlier. He knows what he wants from this race. He knows when he needs to go. He knows how to approach it. That has all been so clearly evident and backed up.
He proves it time and time again, no matter where he's running on the racetrack. And at the risk of jinxing him, which we've done to a couple of guys here tonight, I have not seen any of those quirky moments by that car that we have seen out of some of his competition. We haven't seen a big tail slide off of turn 2. We haven't seen any evidence of aero wash. He appears to know where to place that car to keep himself up there with some of the front runners, and he also knows when to push. It also seems to me that he is kind of conserving his tires early in these runs and then attacking late, or at least midway through the run. And just as I say that, he likes to go way down to the inside, but it almost looks like he's allowing Madonia to utilize that outside lane. It gives him clean air on the nose down low, and he's maintaining a proper pace to those two each and every lap. I'm liking what I'm seeing, but Matt Chubb is starting to close in as well here.
Yeah, exactly. He's also biding his time. I'm not pretty sure how aggressive he'll be when he gets close enough to Ravon, but I don't know. He could just play the long-term game just like Ravon, or he just could go on the aggressive, just go straight up to the attack and probably attack Ravon and obviously Madonia, as looks like now Madonia, just as I mentioned, goes down the inside of turn 1. Ravon is going to be trying to follow him on the inside. We do nearly go 3 wide, as now look at it. Ravon finds himself on the outside lane. They go also close to one another, and looks like Ravon finds himself in P2 as they both scramble to try and get the slipstream from a race leader, Sweeney.
The other thing I've not seen from Ravon this evening is putting himself in positions like that, at least until that moment out of turn 2. He hasn't put himself in those volatile, jeopardizing positions with other cars where he's racing them super closely. He'll make a move when he wants to, otherwise he sits back and runs single file. That's the first time I've been worried that Rick Ravon is about to get wrecked out of this race, as Madonia had a moment on the inside of turn 2 1 lap ago. So that's the other thing from Rick Ravon, is just knowing where he wants to put his car. We heard John Berry last night in the Nork running of this race mention that he just wanted to stay out of trouble. He wanted to keep his car one piece, and when he does, it usually works out. The same is holding true this evening for the 7 car of Ravon. I think that's all it comes down to. Putting yourself in a good position, keeping yourself out of those battles. And you know what? We saw it last night with Cole Freilich, where he put himself in a battle. He pitted. He took extra fuel on the end of a caution. And,
Quite simply, when they went back green, he was in a bad position and got wrecked a little while later on.
I'll add a little bit more to that notion as far as positioning. I said it a little bit earlier, and I think it's going to start to come into the fold as we get a little bit closer to the final quarter distance mark of this race. Where you want to be late in this race also is going to matter. I mean, we have not seen all that much separation, at the very least, between the top two cars all night. Typically, it's been about 3 or 4, on the max. Right now, we've got a lot of drivers here in the top 5 are running in close proximity to one another. But you're going to have to start to wonder where you want to be on that final lap. We can expect it to come down to some sort of sprint or shootout. And there's also the notion that, should this race have a late yellow, you got to kind of decide where you want to be on that upcoming restart as well, because we've seen guys come from third to first in some of these restarts. We've seen guys go from the lead, or some guys be able to defend the lead by running that ultra high line that Ravon and Madonia have flirted with all night long. So that positioning play and strategy is going to continue to expand and unfold as the night goes on, while Chubb has a look on Madonia here in turn 3.
Just as you mentioned, defending on the high side, Madonia just does that. So, I mean, he's there. He's definitely comfortable. So if the time comes, I'm pretty sure he is definitely going to be happy to defend on that position. But, it's just going to be interesting to see, because he seems to be the only one defending up there while everybody's just straight up attacking, as just Sweeney once again leads. Ravon looks on the outside lane, probably trying to preserve his tires, as you can see, just not running as down below as Sweeney is, just getting the clear, probably scrubbing a bit less of the tires, as we do have a bit of contact further behind.
That, I think, was a lapped car, potentially. No, that was Chad Mickos, who came out of turn 2 and almost slapped the wall, almost went down and caught the inside wall as well. Now, what we have seen all night long, and going back to last night as well, is when you touch the wall once, that car is so damaged that it may take 5 laps, but at some point you're going to wreck again, and he may not have caught the wall. That may be race saving for the 25, but if he did, we've got to keep an eye on him, and he's got to hopefully save that race car when it does happen, again, if he did catch the wall. Working lap 136 of 200, you're starting to see the handle go away on some of these race cars. Tires starting to wear down once again, about 13 laps into this run, and we've seen a lot of changing of the guard at the race lead, Eric. We take a look at our race info. 26 lead changes. That is already well ahead of last year's race, where we had 25 and 200 laps. We're working on possibly a new record. I believe the record that was handed to us pre-race, and I got to double check this, was 35 back in, I want to say, season 8. And I got to double check this. I got to find where this is in my notes. But I believe we're looking at 35 as the record of lead changes. The record on iRacing.com sim, though, came again last year, 25, here on the iRacing.com sim.
I'll admit where I was wrong. I thought that with such a rough start that we had, that we would be kind of getting close to that 12 caution record that we saw here. Also, one of the last in 2019 is when that yellow flag record was out there. So that's something that I thought was going to be endangered by how rough the start was. But since then, this has kind of settled into a traditional Indianapolis 500-mile race. You have a couple of rough moments, and then you get some long green flag runs, maybe a wreck or an incident here or there, and guys just kind of settle into a particular groove. Now, I'm not saying that we're out of the woods as far as having a bit of yellow fever towards the end of this thing, but a lot of these guys seem to know what they have up their sleeve. They kind of are pacing themselves, and I agree with what JP was saying earlier about Rick Ravon, just taking that higher entry through some sectors of the racetrack to try to not have him have to lift or tap the brakes to avoid getting too close to Sweeney, just clicking off laps till getting to the point where it matters most.
Yeah, exactly, and that's pretty much what experience will give you, because as we mentioned time and time again, not for the worst, but he's definitely the most experienced guy out here, so he definitely has that patience that some other drivers, some younger drivers like myself definitely wouldn't. I would definitely be in a position to attack all race and just hold that track position, but Ravon is clearly on another mindset. It just that's what practice gives you. He's an Indy 500 champion, so he definitely knows what he's doing, and well, at this time, he's just saving his tires, saving the best for later. And this, just by staying behind, you can save up so much fuel. You can probably go an extra 2-3 laps, and that can make the difference at those final few laps when we come close to that 500-mile finish.
Now working lap 40, we'll have 60 laps to go this next time by. Got to give a quick shout out to our partners at Pit Stop TV who allow this kind of thing to happen, who allow us to be able to broadcast these sim events to you. Tucson Sound Art, Race Paid Setups, Permanent Makeup in Crywin, Maine, Whiplash Media, and BAM Racing Videos. And BAM Racing Videos, I'm going to give him a quick mention. He was at Mount Lawn Speedway this past weekend. He's got some videos out on his YouTube channel. As soon as this broadcast is over, I invite you to check it out. BAM Racing Videos here on YouTube, and tons of fantastic racing, fantastic coverage as well. He's a one-man operation, but boy, he does a fantastic job of it as we see Rick Ravon start to close in on Reed Sweeney once again. And I'll be honest, I was a bit taken aback by how young Reed Sweeney sounded in that interview. This could be going from we could be going from the oldest champion of the IORL Indianapolis 500 to the youngest if we aren't too careful.
Yeah, that's a record that we actually had on here. I guess it was Joey Murphy who was the youngest winner at the age of 15 to win this race. That was back in season 5 of the IORL competition. And one thing I do like, though, is that if you were to take the age equation or age element out of the equation, you really couldn't tell by the way in which these two are driving. As a matter of fact, they both have very similar approaches, only exception being that Ravon, being the second car in line, is utilizing that top groove. But these guys have been very poised throughout the duration of this race. You know, you look back at Madonia, you've seen him make a couple of moves that kind of make you wince a little bit, or the struggles on the pit lane. Matt Chubb, he's been up there, but fourth is about the highest we've seen him get. Adam Key has had a couple of wow moments off turn 2, also kind of stuck at about the 5th spot. When you think of heavy hitters who have yet to have problems, Sweeney and Ravon are the two that come to the forefront, and they're trying to make this a 50-lap shootout here in the final quarter of this race to be settled amongst just them two.
Yeah, exactly. Ravon pretty much only had that pretty much a quarter of a spin, I'm going to call it, because that was not even a half spin, and he managed to catch that perfectly. But yeah, these two are just running such a clean race, such a fantastic race that is just unbelievable. I'm looking at Ravon. As soon as Sweeney chooses the outside line, and I'm pretty sure just to catch Ravon out, he's quick to switch back to the inside line and run that traditional racing line that we know. So he's just adapting to the way that Sweeney is running their IndyCar just in front of him. Just in those quick tenths of a second, he can quickly adjust from the outside lane to the inside to preserve as much fuel and tires as possible. And, well, I'm just amazed by this driving and just cannot wait to see what happens as soon as these two reach the pit stop window.
I'm sitting here and I'm looking at when these drivers pitted. It was 21 laps ago under yellow conditions. That would put it at lap 123. They had a lap or so of caution. They restarted, what was it, 120? Yeah, coming to take 125. I'm starting to do some math here. That's, of course, 76 laps from the time they took the green. Maybe down to 18 gallons when they took that green. So 0.7 of a gallon gone there, Eric. It's close. I'm not saying necessarily that it can be done from that last pit stop under that yellow flag to the end of this race with just one stop from then. So one stop from now as well. I'm not saying that it can be done, but I'm saying that these drivers have to consider the possibility. They've got to run some higher fuel maps. They've got to leave that car in 6th gear and start to assess the possibility thereof. If nothing else, you keep yourself on the racetrack longer and you're able to extend this run to where we might get a caution flag once drivers either A, make a mistake coming into or out of the pit lane, or B, bunch back up in new situations and new, different tire situations as a result of pitting on different laps. So I think we'll start to see some, well, that conversation no longer matters. Caution flag. As soon as this race takes an interesting turn, we've got a problem, and we might have to dock Corey Rexford's pay. He is junked in one of the short shoots, it looks like. Maybe into turn 3, actually.
Rexford just fell out of the top 10 prior to this crash taking place. He's pretty much been running in the top 10 all throughout the most of the night. And we talked earlier, Rexford, someone who was having a great run here, and we actually gave him a quick shout out earlier in our Pit Stop TV chat. As we mentioned, he's a member on a number of our broadcasts throughout the calendar year, but tonight he's behind the wheel of his virtual race car, and unfortunately, after losing that spot, arrow wash into the wall, hard into the wall, off the corner, and then skips through the grass like Cole Freilich did.
Carbon copy.
And I guess that, Yeah, and I guess that was enough to draw the yellow here with that significant. Oh, that's why the yellow came out. Okay. He then spun it to the outside retaining wall.
Ooh.
Was lucky to not get speared by Trey Patton as he came rocketing by. And he'll limp it back to the pit area. And I believe he, too, may have a fast repair in the pocket to get him back out in contention.
The main problem that drivers face as soon as they're hit with that dirty air, as you can see, the car just essentially just washes off wide. So the first instinct is just to turn the wheel harder, and that just makes the problem much, much worse. And as you can see, that suspension damage is pretty much trying to drag the car back into the circuit. And, well, he just cannot get away from that grass. As you can see now from Trey Patton's view, he just sees a puff of smoke, and on the last possible moment, just sees that Indy car and chooses the right direction, both ways actually, to avoid a crash. And those were amazing reactions by Trey.
I'm gonna be honest, Eric. I'm surprised I didn't hear that one from across the house. I'm surprised Trey Patton wasn't a bit louder about that. Whew. That was a close one. That's one that you never want to have happen in front of you, where you just got a smoke screen and you don't know where the car is. Thankfully, these guys, of course, they have some comms, they have Discord, and they have iRacing chat. But I'm noticing where Rexford's been deafened in there all night long. He may not have been able to call out where his car was. I'm pretty certain that Trey was flying into that one blind. And again, not at all a situation you want to have happen. What do you say we take this opportunity to potentially talk to the driver of the 66? We'll drag him in and see if we can get him to undeafen and potentially talk with him as well.
Try to have an opportunity here to talk with a couple of the competitors in this field, as we do under the caution scenarios, to see what opportunities present themselves, to see how the track is racing. I mean, of course, for us talking heads on the outside looking in, it seems as though it'll be pretty obvious as to how the night is unfolding, but the drivers who really know are the ones who have been out there pretty much all through. So we'll see if we can get a chance to chat with somebody who was in the field here tonight. Before we get back to the restart, and let's pull one of our drivers in here. I believe, in fact, it's going to be our reigning champion, and Matt Chubb. And Matt, you've been top 5 pretty much all night. Haven't seen you get aggressive just yet. Is that by virtue of strategy, or are those few cars up ahead of you just a little bit stronger at this point in the race?
Hey guys, good talking to you. Hey, I would say mostly strategy. I'm just trying not to wreck the car like I have in the previous couple years, and just see where I end up at the end.
We've seen a lot of very interesting things so far tonight, one of which would be that high line working for a lot of guys. Is that something that was known coming into this race, or is that kind of a surprise to see how well some of these guys can make that top side work?
I'd say that's a surprise to me. I mean, Rick's putting on a clinic doing that, and Brendan's been kind of peeking at it. He's done it a couple times to me, but when I see them commit to it, I just tap the brakes and stay low and pull in right behind them.
Well, you've got your name on the list of champions in the IORL. However, we do not see your name yet on the list of winners of this Indianapolis 500. Before you go back racing, just want to ask, what would it mean to you here if you could find a way up towards the front of this field and add your name to the Indy 500 winners for this series after all that has gone into this event?
Man, it'd mean everything. I mean, I only have one race win in this series, and to make the second one the IORL 500 would mean the world.
Well, Matt, you're running a great race so far here tonight, a smart race for sure. You're right there up in contention. We wish you the best of luck here in this final quarter as we get set to go racing.
Thanks, guys. Shout out to my pit crew. Getting me spots every stop.
Shout out to the virtual pit crew for Matt Chubb as he is going to line up in third. Matt, good luck tonight, buddy. Hopefully we'll talk a little bit later as Matt is getting ready to get back underway here at the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. A couple laps shy of the 150 mark, and he is in a good spot. Happy to hear, Andrew, that he said he's playing it conservatively. Wasn't sure if he just didn't have the pace to keep up with these top two. I guess we're about to see as he's going to line up third for this restart.
Barney the flagman exchanges colors of silk atop the flag stand. We're coming around to take 52 laps to go. It's a pretty clear-cut one-stop race from here, so everything I was starting to talk about out the window as Rick Ravon gets this race back underway.
Single file IndyCar restart to the best. Problems! Oh, Stephen Ellis hard in the inside wall. The 46 car has an issue once more. He's already towed to the pit lane. Look at that. That was quick for him. But that means Reed Sweeney gets to continue to battle here with Rick Ravon. Takes over that race lead. And out of turn 4 will lead lap 149.
Sweeney finds himself out in front. Now what does Rick Ravon do? Is he going to elect to do what he's been doing pretty much throughout the last few stints of this race? Use that high line, keep that car in second spot, keep Matt Chubb at bay. And what is Madonia going to have in store? He's flirting with the top side here off a 2 that got close. Chubb had to give him room there off the last couple of seconds there on corner exit in the battle for third.
That was extremely close between those two. Can we make it 3 wide? Not quite, as Madonia is desperately trying to get back in contact with Rick Ravon, but he cannot seem to get past Chubb at this moment in time. He'll definitely be trying to line up a move as they enter the front straightaway. Can he get enough of a run? He is definitely be looking on the outside lane, but he doesn't look like he's close enough, as Sweeney now opens a 4/10 of a second gap back to Ravon. And well, he might definitely be looking at that saving fuel strategy once again, because right now, Andrew, it's definitely a one-stop from here on out. And if Ravon can save just a massive amount of fuel, he'll definitely have a healthy gap if this stays green until the end.
I'm not sure saving is on anybody's minds. They're going to leave the car and fuel map 1 the rest of the way. It's clear cut from here on out. You've got to pit once. You can't go 50 laps on a tank. The only way that changes is if we get a caution sometime within the next 15 laps or so, and it puts this right on the cusp of being a one-stop race. Reed Sweeney leads now into lap 152, and we are into the final quarter of action. The final 1/8 of action, though, over the past couple of days. If you weren't here yesterday, you missed a fantastic Newark Indianapolis 500. One of the most electric group of sim racers, Eric, took to this speedway in these same cars for one epic showdown, and it did not disappoint. We had cautions at the start, a lot of drama. In fact, Cole Freilich was very open about his distaste for some of the racing in that one. We had mid-race strategies. We saw some green flag pit stops. We saw the race evolve. We saw attrition come through. Then we saw a driver in the last 5 laps of that race go from 1 lap down to winning it in an epic finish, something I've never ever seen, at least anything quite like it at Indianapolis. And with all of that, then you add all of today's action, and somehow we're already into the back quarter of today's race. We're into the final 50 laps, the final 125 miles.
Newark race certainly set the bar pretty high, but so far these IORL guys have been living up to the task as well. The race has unfolded a little bit different in nature than how we saw one night ago, but we expect the finish to carry the same amount of significance and energy. You mentioned the fact that we saw a driver come back from a lap down. Well, the driver which he was racing, who was in the lead, David Schuck, got his lap back the conventional way after Scottless Rambler, who won the pole for this race and could not make it to the start tonight, spun out on his own. So that was proof, as they were at the tail end of the stint as far as tires and pit cycling, that sometimes it can be very difficult to hang on to these cars, even if you have been the best or fastest throughout the night. So far, I think it's safe to say that the top 3 cars that remain in this race for now are running top 3 on the racetrack. But we heard Matt Chubb say perhaps Adam Key and company are all in the same window with this. A lot of guys are still saving a little bit to the end. Maybe not fuel, but at least a little bit of tires, or are holding back on their level of aggression and their ability to push to the front. But that time is starting to approach quickly.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like not a lot of drivers are trying to be as aggressive, as we do have a pair of teammates battling for position. Not exactly on the same lap, but still battling with one another as we go on board. The number 66 of Trey Patton, as he heads down into turns 3. He's holding on a top 10 spot right now. He's doing a fantastic race, quite in the shadows after that big miss. But, well, if he can keep this up, he can definitely get some positions back and maybe finish in the top 8 probably.
So Patton is past. These guys here battling for 11th now as Noozle down to the bottom side of Mikko's. And somehow Corey Rexford stays on the lead lap in front of his proximity racing teammate Trey Shuttlesworth, who's hanging on 5 laps down but doesn't want to give up in this race just yet. I admire that. We saw the same from Emerson Arden last night. A shout out to him in the Nork Indy 500. And Shuttlesworth gives a little bit of momentum to that 03 car, helps Corey Rexford go to the inside of Noozle, who pushes up into Noozle. Oh my goodness! Caution flag, maybe? Do we stay green out of that? Oh, that is terrible.
Noozle spins down to the bottom of the racetrack here. So far, still no yellow. That car has come to a stop on the grass in the short chute that connects turns 3 and 4. And we had our eyes on it live as it happened. Corey Rexford was down low on Joey Noozle in that race 4 position for what was outside of the top 10, and it got ugly very quick. These guys are running hot and heavy down to turn number 1. Noozle was trying to make some moves of his own there, trying to make the pass there on, I believe that was the 25 of Mikos, who's also had a bit of an up and down day. Did not get the job done. That broke his momentum off too. And here comes Rexford with a big head of steam. Gets down to the inside. This is similar to something we saw earlier in the night where he wasn't quite fully up alongside. Way down low, that car is going to push up in the middle of the corner and tag the car on the outside and put Noozle into the wall hard.
Oh, that is just so unfortunately for both of them. I'm not pretty sure if Rexford came out unscathed, but you could just feel that slight bit of dirty air just pushing his node wide, and unfortunately that was enough to essentially make contact between those two, as Corey looks like he had some damage and he went into the pit lane, as now looks like he finds himself in 13th spot still. But what an unfortunate set of incidents that put 2 cars essentially out of the contention for the time being.
Either some sort of penalty or more like, well, actually, no, that was a trip straight down the pit lane. That could have been a penalty to say that was a no-no, even though there wasn't a caution flag for Corey Rexford. And quite simply, he just went into the corner and pushed up. And I mean, I don't know. That's a rough one to read. I think I don't know. I really don't know what to think of that one. You're racing, you're in the final 50 laps like we've talked so much about. In fact, we're coming up to the 100 mile remaining marker in just a moment's time. I get it from Corey. They're racing back there, but at the same time, they're racing for 11th, 12th, 13th, not the race lead. I think maybe be a little more careful with a pit stop still in the distance. That could have been, and probably that should have been, a caution flag. iRacing really, well, the iRacing.com, the built-in race control, that one really gave the elbow to Joey Noozle.
It's unfortunate for Noozle, who had to battle back from some of his own problems here tonight. That's now going to put just 12 cars on the lead lap for the final 40 laps of this race. And as luck would have it here, as we get closer to the final stretch of this 100 miles that remain in this Indianapolis 500, we're starting to see those margins close, at least across the front 7, and a move for the lead at the end of the front straightaway. Here comes Rick Ravon to the point around Reed Sweeney, and that's going to allow Madonia a chance to close up and maybe get around Sweeney as well. Not so fast. And trouble. A crash here in the middle of the short chute. This will draw the caution, and I believe, was that Erickson who hit the wall?
That was Blake Erickson. Troubles in turn 1, JP.
Yeah, exactly. That was the Dogecoin car, if I'm not mistaken. And unfortunately for him, that was in turn 1, so completely missed the, looks like the apex. No, look, oh, that's entering, looks like exiting turn 4, entering the front stretch. So he looks like he's in a bubble of air by himself. So this is definitely a mistake on his own. Did the car spin out on his own? Looks like no, he keeps it clean through turn 1 and just, oh, looks like more aero wash as he feeds off in the exit of turns 1 between turns 1 and 2. And unfortunately for him, that's a big crash and a tow back to the pit lane.
The problems then for the Dogecoin, number 45. That's painful. That's very painful there for Blake Erickson. Ran a very quiet race, kept himself in contention. He was running in the top 10 when that one happened, and yet another one bites the dust as the race continues on. We're into the final 100 miles. Eric, I mentioned earlier we wanted to talk to a certain driver who had a code brown. We'll finally bring him in, and we'll talk to Trey Patton.
Finally get a chance to talk to somebody who's usually lending his voice to the platform. Trey Patton, Pit Stop TV's own Trey Patton. First off, Trey, I love the car, love the numbers, I love the way that you got this thing set up here for this virtual Indianapolis 500, but boy, you had a scare 2 cautions ago. How close were you there from needing a new fire suit after that one?
Honestly, it just kind of literally scared the crap out of me. I finally got into a rhythm and just got a little tight coming out of 2 right there and just hit the wall. Didn't know if I damaged it too bad. Had the wheel cranked to the left the whole time. Just really pain in the butt to drive. But, we're here. Running the top 10 right now. As long as I finish on the lead lap on this thing, I'll be happy.
We haven't seen you much up towards the front, but I think you may be running this race the most perfect way possible. You've kept it out of trouble. You haven't been pushing the envelope too much. You're currently running in 9th. We'll see where you come out after the pit stops. I mean, as you mentioned, is that your game plan? Was that your game plan coming into this thing here? As we unfortunately saw you overshoot the pit box there, but was that the game plan from the start? Just stay out of trouble, make it to the end, see where you place?
Yeah, just kind of chilling in the back, not really trying to make any stupid, aggressive moves or anything. Just kind of chill out, see where we end up. Yeah, that's probably about the 3rd time I missed the pit box. I'm not on my typical equipment. I'm on another rig right now, so this is interesting, but definitely something to figure out here, and hopefully it's a good show for you guys.
It's been fun to watch for sure, and we appreciate you being a part of it. We love when you're, with us, calling the races and having some fun, but it's also fun to get to see you when we'll call it your natural element behind the wheel of your virtual race car. Trey, great job tonight so far, man. You got less than 40 to go. Hopefully you can bring one home for us.
Yeah, hopefully so, man. Appreciate you guys. It's kind of weird being on the other end of the booth here, but there's first for everything. So you guys enjoy the rest of the broadcast, and I'll talk to y'all later.
Thanks a lot, Trey Patton. Good luck the rest of the way, buddy. Of course, that is Pit Stop TV's own Trey Patton, who's up in the top 10. We mentioned before that crash, JP, there were only 12 cars on the lead lap. Ericsson was one of them, so I'm not sure if there were any cars that were one lap down. We'll see in just a short while, but the field is starting to thin out a little bit here, and that's going to help a guy like Trey Patton, who's kept his nose clean all night, just methodically and naturally make his way up towards the front. He can walk out of here with a pretty solid finish if he keeps this up.
Exactly. If some other people keep making mistakes like that, just running into the wall due to dirty aero, just making small mistakes, that's definitely going to help those that keep their nose clean, just like Trey is doing. So, if we keep this up with just small incidents here and there, taking 1 or 2 cars out, suddenly he can find himself in maybe a top 5 position. So anything can happen. We still have plenty of racing to go, several miles still to go, so he needs to keep his head up, be optimistic, and just keep his nose clean. He just has to keep the car out of the walls and out of contention of any crash, and he'll be set for the race.
I like how you say that, JB. He's got to keep himself out of contention of a crash to keep himself in contention of this race victory. Everybody on the lead lap still has a fantastic shot at glory this evening in the International Online Racing League. Got to give a big shout out to all the partners this week. Of course, Slothy Racing, the presenting partner for this year's Indy 500. Got to give a big shout out to Eric Bodwin. I know he was at COTA last week. He, I believe, sponsored the Pole Award last Monday evening. A big shout out as well to guys like Big Evil Design / Big Evil Racing, Chad Mikos and company over there. So many people come together to make these events possible. So many people put their hard work, their effort, and sometimes their money on the line. It culminates in fantastic racing each and every time with the International Online Racing League. Even when they only have, 15 cars back at Long Beach, it's always a pleasure to be around for coverage of these Indy cars. I love being able to bring open wheel back periodically to the channel. It's a fantastic form of racing. I've never really been a big IndyCar fan until bringing these guys on. The International Online Racing League, IORL for short, always brings their best. Tonight, no different. We'll get restarted with just 36 laps remaining in the 2021 running, the 12th annual IORL Indianapolis 500. We go back green flag racing. Rick Ravon, your leader to turn 1.
Madonia holds tough in third position. Sweeney there in second. Can anybody? Oh, we've got one around. Oh, it is Zach Buchanan. I just praised the efforts in the IORL, and our league owner has spun into the wall and has problems down the backstretch.
Has brought out the caution yet again. Unfortunate for Zach Buchanan, who was quietly making his way on up there. He was the inaugural IORL IndyCar Series champion. He is someone who won this race back in Season 8, and it looked as though he was trying to put himself in prime position to contend for a win here, and fresh off the restart, running up behind another competitor outside the top 10, washes wide, tags the wall. We've seen it time and time again on the exit of turn 2. And this time, it's Zach Buchanan who gets the worst of it.
I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure the production crew will confirm. If he was on new tires, it is something that has been alluded yesterday by Scott Rambler, that the new tires don't actually feel that good on these cars as soon as you come out of the pits. They do take a few laps to heat up and come to grip. So if he just pitted and fitted new tires on his race car, that could have been one of the factors. Obviously, the other one is the major one, I guess the main cause, which is something that we have talked about extensively, and it's just that aero wash. Look at that dirty air, and just like last time, as soon as you get into that dirty air, you just start turning the wheel even more to guarantee you're gonna make that corner, and ultimately that just makes it worse.
Now, he did wait quite a while to really crank the wheel, which I think was smart, but then, I mean, he was along for the ride by mid-corner, I feel like, and nothing Zach could really do at that point. And that's that kind of defenseless moment that these drivers have been talking about over the last couple of nights. You're going to see, though, everybody I would expect maybe down the pit lane, maybe not, really. This is surprising me. I would have thought this would be an opportunity to top off, make sure you're good to the end. We see some drivers taking this chance to do so. Those will be Corey Rexford, possibly maybe Joey Newsel, along with it's the couple of proximity cars. Corey brings Trey Shuttlesworth along with. Those two will visit the pit lane, and we'll get a nice little reset on all of our pit strategy. In case you were wondering, I mentioned we could throw everything out the window as far as pit stops were concerned if we got a caution around. When the previous yellow came out about 15 laps later than I was talking initially, well, that came out, we restarted with 36 to go. That is just on the outside of our pit window. Now we have 34 to go. Caution comes out. This should secure it. I think our pit strategy is, gone out the window. It's just a matter of keeping good tires on your car and making sure you save a little bit under this yellow to go the rest of the way.
The other variable that I would add to that equation is the fact that we've seen a lot of trouble off restarts. Now, I initially thought that perhaps the initial restarts would be a problem because, and we've highlighted this a lot. Let's take some time to explain it a little bit further, especially now at the fact that the field is behind Rick Ravon at pace speed. When you watch the Indianapolis 500 on Sunday, the field is actually going to begin accelerating most of the time entering turn 4, maybe even sometimes in the short shoot. Now, for the initial start, it's going to be a little bit different. There's going to be a lot of spacing between them, and they will most likely accelerate in turn 4. The reason being is they don't want those accordion elements to take place like we've seen many a times in some of the Brickyard 400 NASCAR events that were held on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on the oval. When you have cars running at pace speed, getting ready to accelerate with differing variables and intervals between the two of them, it could sometimes create a unique accordion effect and cause multiple accidents on restarts. The way the sim is set up and the way in which things work here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, they have these cars restart in similar fashion on the front straightaway. That is something that we have yet to see be a major problem here tonight, but it is something that could in fact happen if somebody should struggle getting up to speed or miss time when it is in fact time to go.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that can definitely happen, although it might be a bit rare. Obviously, sometimes that happen due to wheel spin under the start. Obviously, as soon as these cars go, they're 100% on throttle. But luckily for the Indy cars, since they run flat out 100% of the time, their gear ratios are just so long that essentially that first gear is just bogged down all the time. So wheel spin might not be a problem, but if someone in the back is probably trying to time the first place restart, that could definitely be a possibility, Eric.
On the subject of restarts, JP, I'm glad you mentioned that first gear shouldn't produce wheel spin. It won't. These Indy cars, they do restart from first. The problem, like you were kind of alluding to, is in the back, trying to get a run at it and trying to time the restart. It's been a problem time and time again in virtual IndyCar racing here. I've had it happen to me. I'm sure Emerson has been along for that ride. JP, I'm sure you've even had that problem if you've raced here. Anybody who's raced here in an IndyCar has experienced that kind of trouble on a restart, trying to time it or being the victim of somebody timing it wrong. It's easy to do, at least timing it wrong. It's hard to get right, and it certainly leads to more problems than we would like to solve. So, as we approach 30 laps to go, we'll restart this race on lap 169 of 200. This, the 12th annual IORL Indianapolis 500. Rick Ravon, your race leader. Reed Sweeney sits second. All these guys stayed out all the way back to one. It looks like Corey Rexford in the 9th position. Getting ready to get this one back on the road, waiting for guys like Ravon, Sweeney, Madonia, Key, and Chubb to pit for the final time for fuel. Green flag flies. They better be banking on a caution. We've got a caution in the back. That might be it. Trey Shuttlesworth, big time trouble. His car is destroyed. The good news is this is the first time that I have seen Shuttlesworth in an incident. The problem is he's already 4 laps behind. I got to make the distinction. I said earlier on that these guys were all good to the end. Well, our top 6 have not pitted for their final time. Ravon, Sweeney, Madonia, Key, Chubb, and Fast have all been on the racetrack for 22 laps in some shape or form. They've got to pit, I would imagine, on this caution flag to top off on fuel and go to the end. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at what happens here to Trey Shuttlesworth. Now riding in the 13th position after starting 15th. Problems on a restart.
We're just talking about the probability of having an issue on a restart here, and unfortunately for Shuttlesworth, it appears to have bit him. You see him here not get the launch that he may have wanted here. Newsel had a quick look down low. Buchanan behind as well. Shuttlesworth by himself just got loose getting in the corner. Hopped up over the curb, skipped through the grass, and the back end of the car stepped out on him, and he pounds the wall nose first. And, we mentioned earlier, Shuttlesworth had a bit of a, we'll call it a mechanical misfortune earlier tonight. Had a power outage in his area that put him a number of laps down. And I think, as Andrew mentioned, I believe this is the first significant incident that he's had on the night. So he should be able to get back out there. And if this level of attrition continues on, he may continue to climb his way up the running order. He scored 13th as of right now.
Yeah, exactly. Luckily for him, he definitely is not giving up on this challenge whatsoever. He had a mechanical fault, as you mentioned, but he still chose to get back on the grid, still go back on the racetrack. And well, unfortunately for him, that small incident is still very weird to rewatch it, but if he's definitely getting this car back on the pit lane. I'm pretty sure he still has that fast repair and he can just go back and race. I'm pretty sure he's not giving up, especially after 170 laps. So let's keep an eye out for our hometown boy, I'd say, and hopefully he can bounce back quickly on this one.
Several drivers on the pit lane. This is what I expected. Rick Ravon brings everybody down to the company of the pits. Looks like Ernie Ludwig stays out with Joey Newsel and Corey Rexford, but you see everybody else in the pit lane stopping for fuel. Newsel has not pitted in 15 laps. He will have to pit one more time before this one is over, but these guys, they just made their money stop safely within 30 to go. They are good to the end. The question then becomes tires. Do they have enough to come in and get another set if we get a late race caution? What do you say we talk to somebody who's in this situation and find out firsthand for ourselves? Adam Key is in the waiting.
So bring Adam Key in. And Adam, we've pretty much seen you be top 5 pretty much all night long. You and Matt Chubb appear to be running on a similar gameplay and strategy. I'll ask you the same question we posed to Chubb just a little while ago. Have you shown your full hand just yet as far as pace, or are you saving a little bit for this very portion of the event? We'll try to see if we can get Adam Key on here so we can have an opportunity to talk to him about this run that he has so far. Currently scored in 6th position. We'll try it one more time. Hey, Adam, just want to pose a quick question to you before we get back underway here. If you have shown all of your cards just yet, is this the kind of pace we can expect to see from you for the end, or you got a little bit more in the tank? And unfortunately, it seems like we are not going to be able to get a chance to talk to Adam Key here, as he is still behind the wheel of his car, getting set to get back underway. So we will see if we'll be able to get to someone beforehand. Andrew, here as the laps continue to click off.
And with this opportunity, we're going to actually move one position further back and talk to somebody that we've seen a lot of this evening. It's going to be Brendan Madonia. Brendan, that 49 has looked quick all night long, but you've kind of come and gone as this race has advanced. Now you sit in 6th on this restart. How do you assess this situation with 14 laps led?
I don't know. This is super stressful. We've had a good car all day. I mean, I've been able to work the outside line the whole race, which is great. Just keep messing up the pit stops for some reason. That's why I keep finding myself behind. But, yeah, I got a tough road in front of me. I mean, these guys, Reed and Rick are both very fast, so it's going to be tough to get by them. But we'll see what I can do here.
We've speculated a little bit first about your pit stops. What's been holding you back?
I don't know. My spotter's been looking at them. The under green, it's just been pit entry. Other than that, I don't know. But you know what? It is what it is. Don't have to make another one for the rest of the race, hopefully. So we'll just go all out and hopefully come out on top.
The other thing we're speculating about on this possible final caution, possibly not, do you have tires in the bank? Wondering if anybody out there is planning for late race yellow.
Yep, I'm good to go. I'm hoping that there's not, though. I'm hoping this comes down to fuel mileage, so that's what I'm betting on right now.
Well, best of luck to you, buddy. Lining up 6th. Go give them the worst. Well, the best for you, I guess the worst for them, possibly go give it to them.
Thank you.
Brendan Madonia will restart from that 6th position in behind the guy we tried to talk to, Adam Key. Sounds like maybe he wasn't exactly prepared to speak with us this evening. Maybe didn't expect to be in this situation, but he does run 5th and will restart from such a position. Newsel, the race leader. Oh, how the turntables wrecked a little while ago by Corey Rexford, now leading the field to the green inside of 30 laps to go in the Indianapolis 500. Newsel takes the green. Back underway at the Brickyard. Newsel holds that race lead, but Ludwig starts to gain on the 77 car, and don't look now, but you might want to cue that Jaws music. The man, the myth, the legend, Rick Ravon is closing in.
Vaughn, we heard from pre-race, talked about how determined and motivated he was to go back-to-back, but he's got a couple of cars up in front of him that he really hasn't been around all that much here tonight. Newsel, the leader, as Andrew mentioned, fresh off what was a devastating crash in Turn 3 just about 3 cautions ago, and Ludwig, who Ravon is trying to go high, wide, and handsome. Ooh, Sweeney scrubbed the wall off at 2.
Yeah, looks like he just kissed the wall, but looks like no damage, as looks like Madonia might be coming under pressure behind from Chubb, as only time will tell if Chubb can make... Oh, yeah, Madonia just holds around the outside. That's something we're kind of used to seeing. Not surprising, as he will definitely be trying to catch up to the back of Key, but looks like he dropped back a bit, and those two leaders seem to be checking now a tiny bit, as Sweeney now is applying a bit of pressure on Ravon. So definitely a four-car battle essentially for the lead, but in 2 separate groups.
I talked about it under that caution, though. Newsel under 20-lap-old tires, as Ernie Ludwig certainly gave us all a scare, including the drivers immediately behind him. You have to wonder then, are Rick and Reed going to move up there and try and get by that 26 car, or are they going to wait for something to possibly happen to Ernie Ludwig? That was scary out of Turn 2, and if that's happening later in this race, you have to imagine he's going to try harder to save it, and that usually results in bad things happening. 25 to go.
Here's Ludwig with a move for the lead. Inside here on Newsel. He'll make the pass. Ravon tries to follow. Newsel slots back in line. Ludwig to the point. And to kind of add to your point there, Andrew, these are positions that the top 2 have not found themselves in all day. They're not really sure what it feels like to be the first or second cars in line on this freight train as they tighten up top 3 under a blanket to Turn 3. So everybody's cars are going to start doing things that they may not have done so already tonight, except for Ravon. This is exactly where he set himself up to be at this point in the race, and he is stalking the high line on Newsel for second.
definitely all that talk of him saving probably till the end is definitely gone, as they're easy on fuel mileage at this time being, as now looks like Ludwig might be looking on the inside. They're gonna go too wide on turn 2. That's definitely brave, as back there, look at him, Ravon and Sweeney nearly going too wide as well. So all 4 cars battling for position, desperate to try and make a move, as Ravon looks like right now he's gonna be going down the inside of Nuzo and might get the position done. Yes, he does.
Moves 7 ahead of 77. Ravon takes over second, and that's going to give him a gap now, a cushion to Reed Sweeney, the only driver that we've been able to see in recent times, in recent laps, be able to run up against Rick Ravon heads up for the race lead. That is going to trouble the 9 car and put him a few steps behind. He's got to get by Nuzel and get by him quick. We're getting closer and closer to 20 laps to go as the proximity boys go lap time hunting. Trey Shuttlesworth purple first, now Corey Rexford.
Now we're starting to see some of that defensive driving you talked about earlier in the broadcast, Andrew, and we're starting to see it out of Ernie Ludwig. He's been fading down drivers left on the front and back straightaway, trying to block Ravon from being able to use the inside lane. Behind him, here's Reed Sweeney getting around Nuzel, moving Sweeney up in the 3rd spot. Now it's up to Adam Key to get up and around. That's 77 of Nuzel as they continue to shuffle him back with that differing pit strategy, as he and Ludwig came down the pit lane the lap prior to the caution. That's how they got up front. Right now, Ludwig's holding steady, but the rest of the pack is trying to shuffle out Nuzel as he continues to plummet down the running order, now falling to 4th.
He's definitely falling down the order, kind of crumbling into pressure. There's a lot. Look at it. Sweeney going on the outside of Ravon. Can he get the move done? Oh, just backs off. He might just be biding his time, practicing that run that we've talked about, Eric, quite so often, as Ludwig still leading. Looks like he's soaking the pressure quite well. He's defending quite well from Ravon and Sweeney. And well, if he can keep this up, the time is ticking. They're already on lap 180, only 20 to go, as Ravon looks like, just as I mentioned, that goes on the outside. Can he get the move stick? Kind of just runs off the road, but he's still going to be on the outside. Backs off, thinks about it, and he's definitely going to be trying to line up as Sweeney nearly hits the wall with that dirty air.
Sweeney was pushing out of 2. Here comes the move for the race lead. Ravon up around the outside, and by turn 3, does he have the move completed? No, but he's got what has become the preferred line for passing and defending. Easily takes the race lead away from an ailing 26 car. Now, Eric, you mentioned Joey Nuzel came in the lap before. No, he actually came in well before that last caution. I think he came in on a prior caution, probably when he got taken out a little while ago, as Ludwig back to the inside takes that race lead back away. So we know the 77 still has to pit at some point. Everybody else on this racetrack is good to the end on fuel, aside from maybe Zach Buchanan, and that's only by a touch.
It's an interesting strategy to keep our eyes on with that 77, who continues to ride in 4th spot, while Ludwig, since losing the lead here to Ravon a lap ago, has gotten himself back up into the lead. I thought once Ludwig lost that top spot that he was going to be a sitting duck for Sweeney. He instead got the lead back, and he will defend the bottom lane. Not taking him all the way up to the wall here. He fades out driver's right to set up to the entry to turn 1. Ravon's going to hunt the top, though. He looks high for the lead, now cuts back down low, and this is where Sweeney got the upset car. The last time they were this close, off at 2. See if he can keep it off the fence here. He does.
But he did get extremely close. Looks like that dirty air is pretty much squared off, as he's following 2 cars so close, and Ludwig is still defending that position. I'm pretty sure Ravon is trying to find a way past, but he just cannot do it. I'm not pretty sure what the matter is, but Ludwig is definitely doing what he needs to do. Just keep holding that position. As you can see, just pulling out on the inside line. Now look at Ravon on the outside now, and he definitely has a better run, and he's going to be clearing out Ludwig even before they get into turn 1. He shuts the door, and look at it, Sweeney follows him back.
Ravon finally takes that spot away, and for good, it looks like, as the older tires start to fall off for that 26 car. He's not out of it just yet, though, and I would say he's close. He's about in the same ballpark as Buchanan to making it. He could maybe use enough fuel to be short, but I think he's good to the end. It's a matter of how he uses that car up with 3-lap older tires. Ravon, though, in the catbird seat along with Reed Sweeney, the two that we've been talking about for most of the afternoon, finally
out front, stepping away from Brendan Madonia, who we've already spoken to this evening. The top three, they've been who we expect, but there's a gap there that concerns me for the 49.
Yeah, if Madonia could keep pace with the top two, I think that he's got a shot at this thing because he has also been one of what I think is just two drivers who could work that high side to near perfection, and he's been very aggressive with it all night long. The problem is he's gotten shuffled out of this top duo a couple of times. Reed Sweeney's car, it appears to suffer a little bit of that aero-tight circumstance off of turn number 2. He's had a couple of close calls, in fact, scrubbed the wall on one occasion. And that is my fear for Sweeney, who rides in P2, as he gets a good run here on Ravon down the home stretch. Not enough to pull out and make a pass. How close can Madonia get to battle for the lead with these two as we're coming up on 15 to go?
Exactly, Eric. He has been, as you can see, just how close he gets. That car just doesn't seem to be comfortable within that dirty edge, and Ravon is definitely taking note of that. So is Madonia. He's definitely taking a look at that 9 car and is thinking, wow, that car is running extremely tight, understeering a lot behind someone. So if he can get a good run and get past that guy, well, he might be a shot of just holding that second place and just focusing on attacking Ravon. But first things first, he needs to catch up to those top two.
And he's slowly been closing over some time, and there he'll close way more on that 9 car. I noticed a lap ago, I think I heard him in 4th gear, which, yeah, 4th gear right there, he downshifts. He downshifted into 4th in the center of turn 2. I don't know about that one. That's a new one for me. But if it works, it works. Like I said last night, Eric, if it works, it isn't stupid. So whatever's working for him, I guess, is going to get him to the front. It's keeping him up front, and it's only a matter of time until he's in the position to make a move on these top two. We're 15, now 14 to go across the stripe. Something's going to happen here, and it's going to have to happen from second or third.
I like that when we talked to Matt Chubb earlier, that he too shared the same level of surprise that the three of us have about this high lane working to this form of perfection for guys like Ravon and Madonia, I should say, because it's truly remarkable. It's not something that's conventional of this racetrack, but it has proven to work for a couple of the heavy hitters tonight, and it may play a large role in who goes on to win this race. But starting to see the top three kind of accordion back together a little bit here. Sweeney's been changing his approach, and I think we're going to start to get into that rehearsal window. As you see Zach Buchanan on the pit lane, we heard Andrew talk about the fact that he probably would not make it to the end, and there's the evidence. He has come down for service here late in the going, and he will fall further off the lead lap. In fact, he's now shown 2 laps down. So 11 cars on the lead lap, 3 of them trying to settle it amongst themselves. And where do you want to be as this race draws closer to the checkered flag?
That's an excellent position. If you can time the run, you definitely want to be in second, and if you think you can protect that run, you want to be in first. So right now I'm not pretty sure where I would like to be. I'm pretty sure Ravon is definitely comfortable where he's at, but the question is, when will Sweeney make that move? Will he just stick by and just apply the little bit of pressure to try and settle Ravon, or will he go for a move and try to hold that track position until the end?
That lap by, 12 laps remaining for these drivers to sort this one out. We talked about weather towards the top of the day as per normal. Look at that, 85-degree track temp. I never would have imagined it. We haven't had excessive cloud cover. I'm so surprised that the track temp is so much lower than yesterday. At a relatively similar, if not just about identical air temp, this track is far cooler. And despite the problems with aero push this afternoon, I think that is one of the big reasons we've seen such fantastic racing all day long. These guys have been able to go after it lap after lap, and now we've got the top 4 bunched back together as we work lap 190. You see there, 10 cautions this evening. Not quite a record, but time, it's not over just yet. We still have plenty of opportunity, and we're nearing the lead change record as Adam Key joins the fight.
We wanted to ask Adam Key if he was keeping his cards close to his chest. He not sure if he had a chance to hear us or if he wasn't privy to wanting to communicate that information just yet, but I think he's answering that question right now. He has driven up to this top 3, make that a top 4 now battle for the race lead here with 10 laps to go in this race, and Adam Key may be the sleeper. We have not heard from him all that much. You see down there on the scoring ticker, he's run as high as 3rd. He's got a couple more spots to get through beyond that if he wants to lay claim to what would be his first IORL Indy 500 win. But what will the top 3 do ahead of him as Sweeney appears to be trying to size up Ravon for the lead?
It's definitely going to be interesting to see how Key reacts to all of this because, as you mentioned, his highest position was 3rd, and he had quite a quiet race, you know, just sticking to his position and just biding his time. But with less than 9 laps to go, does he go for the attack or does he wait for something to happen? As looks like Ravon kind of checked up quite a bit. I'm not pretty sure if Sweeney just had a massive run and just elected not to essentially pass, but that nearly caught out Madonia, who nearly pounced back into Sweeney. So something is happening within the top 3, and I'm pretty sure Sweeney's just biding his time as he now looks down the inside of Ravon.
That was just the runs mounting that we've seen these guys deny all race long. They haven't really gone for those kinds of opportunities on frequent occasion. They have made passes. They have mixed it up as we see our 35th lead change to tie our record set back in Season 8. But we haven't seen it quite like that, where the entire top 3 gets nose to tail, very tightly bunched into the corner, and they do it again that time into turn 1. 8 laps to go, Eric. We're seeing they've got to push the envelope. We just watched Reed Sweeney drive back up to the race lead. It's only a matter of time as Newsel exits the pit lane, it looks like. It's only a matter of time until these guys get pretty handsy. Now Madonia's got to contend with Key, and I thought that was going to be a crash into 3. I thought Key had just taken out the right rear.
Awfully close getting through turn 3 for sure. That would have been 1 caution shy of what would be the record. As we got 10, we'd be looking at 11 if we see another one. Lap car ahead, Newsel down low. He did come in for the service. He is off the lead lap now, scored in 10th. As we have 9 cars in the lead lap, they're going to settle this thing down for the finish. And we're going to be pretty late in this run here, so these cars are not going to be handling, even though the track temperature is cooperative, the cars are not going to be as handling as well as they have all night long. So if you got to get up there to get the job done, you're not going to have the best piece that you've had in the stint. It's going to be pretty hard to hold the car and handle it to the checkered flag. But I think Ravon's up to the task. He's starting to size up Sweeney for the lead here off 4.
Yeah, exactly. He has to time this move to perfection. Let's see if he looks like he's getting the hang of it. Not quite close this time by, but he's definitely going to be learning and writing that down on his mind to be closer on the exit of turn 4 in the next lap. And, well, those two are checking out. Madonia doesn't seem to have the paces. He's too busy battling with Key for that final podium position. And look at Chubb. He's getting into the action as well.
Miracle potentially required for 3rd, 4th, and 5th to get back in this race. We're watching a straight-up duel as the sun sets over Speedway, Indiana. The Hoosier State never disappoints. We're getting ready for quite the battle. 5 laps to go in this 12th annual IORL Indianapolis 500. Ravon looked for an instant down to the bottom side, sticks right behind Reed Sweeney, race leader.
Now I'm wondering what Ravon's plan is. I'm wondering where he wants to be in the waiting stages of this race. Does he want to be in second spot and time it towards the final lap, or is he afraid that the handle is going to continue to fade on that car and Sweeney's going to be able to make the move to block to perfection? Here's a big run by Ravon. And look at that. He elects to stay in line. I think that tells us everything we need to know. He is trying to time the position of that run, and I think he may want to wait till very late or perhaps the last lap to pull the trigger and make that happen. As Ravon has started to time this run, he'll close up again here as they cross the yard of bricks. This time he looks low, but he stays behind car 9, who parades the field once more through 1 and 2.
He's just showing his nose. He's just applying a little bit of extra pressure.
Oh, Madonia!
As I'm out of words.
We stay green.
And we stay green. Unfortunately for Madonia, not a miracle for him. And these two are definitely going to go at it.
3 laps to go, this time by the flag stand. Ravon sitting a little ways back. He's going to have a massive run down to turn 1, but he's 4/10 back. It's going to take a lot in these closing 3 laps.
Now that we've got Madonia out of the equation, Adam Key moves up to 3rd. He's trying to close. Not sure he's going to be a factor here, as Ravon has to try to settle back in and see where he can time that run late in this race. And he's going to try to size him up here on the backstretch. He's got to make sure he doesn't get too far behind here. Otherwise, he's going to start to feel the effects of that aero wash on the front wing. But he's closing back up on Sweeney. Now down to 0.2 of a second. He goes up high in 3. What's going to happen here between Sweeney and Ravon for the lead with Adam Key riding 3rd if something happens?
Adam is definitely very close. He has pretty much the same gap that Ravon has to Sweeney, so Ravon has to keep an eye out for that, because if something happens, if he makes a small mistake, has to check up. Key's definitely going to be in position to take that 2nd place, but Sweeney right now, he has less than 5 miles to perfect these 4 corners, less than now 6 corners to go between him and being an Indy 500 champion. So only time will tell when Ravon will try to make that move, and well, it might be on the very next lap.
It's got to be on the last lap at this point into turn 3. One of the best passing opportunities. It's not going to happen for Ravon. The final 2.5 miles now underway in the 12th annual IORL Indianapolis 500. Ravon, one of the best to do it. You see the block from Sweeney. He protects the bottom side. High now goes the 7 car. Side by side for the final time in the IORL Indianapolis 500. Turn 2. They stay side by side. Ravon, last year's winner, goes to the top. He's got to run down the backstretch down Speedway, Indiana's finest racing facility. Ravon's got the top. He's got what's become the preferred line. Can he go back to back? Through 3 and 4, Sweeney on the bottom. Ravon's got one more shot through the final corner. He's got a mount to run and down to the... Oh, he turns him! He turns him for the win! They crash, smash behind, and Ravon wins again. But he turns him.
I didn't know if we could outdo our finish from last night, but boy, that was something. I don't know if Ravon misjudged his move to the bottom, hooked Sweeney into the wall, and to add insult to injury, when Sweeney came off the barrier, he came down in front of Adam Key. It looks like that as of right now, Matt Chubb is going to finish 2nd unofficially. And with the nose cone dangling on the front of his car, Rick Ravon has claimed his 2nd Indianapolis 500 win for the IORL.
Well, I'm out of words, because I'm pretty sure that's not the way Rick wanted to finish. But just as you mentioned, I'm going to share your feelings. I'm pretty sure he just mistimed that move. And unfortunately, that ended up in a massive, massive collision. We took out several drivers from what I could see. And, well, he's a back-to-back champion, a 2-time champion. Not in an ideal way, but, boy, was that a finish.
Rick likes to race straight up. He's not going to be happy about the way that one ended. The question is whether that finish is under review as Ravon continues to lap. His lack of celebration tells me this one could be under review, and this finish may not yet be official. You see Trey Patton likely come around to congratulate Rick Ravon. If it does stand, we don't know, though, if it is going to stand. Let's take a look back then, Eric, at what just transpired out of the final corner of the 12th annual IORL Indianapolis 500. I've got to watch this back even for myself. You know, I'm speechless. I really don't know what's just gone on. This just turns 3 and 4. And as I was getting pretty excited here, Ravon had one more shot to do it out of the final corner. I mean, he was just far too close. It's racing for a win. I don't know. Obviously, the admins, race control, will handle that one, and they'll see if they want to call that back or not. But I don't know that he did anything wrong. He had a shot. He had to do something right there, and that was the only way that it was going to happen, was to the inside. The problem is he just never had the room to do it.
how in the world do you lift in that set of circumstances? Knowing that pay dirt is only a few thousand feet up ahead of you coming off of turn 4, and you get back to the throttle, you know you have to stay in it here. Now, Sweeney does an amazing job. This is off turn 2, and you see Ravon perfect that outside lane as he pretty much has all night long. And Sweeney just does everything imaginable to send it off into 3 as hard as he has all night. He's able to slide up, almost clear him here on the short shoot, then finally does clear him here in turn 4. And again, you know, Ravon's in the throttle. He knows that he can't lift. Sweeney's coming back up to wash up to the outside retaining wall, and just a late move. And I believe, Andrew, we've got some official word here from Spencer Ray. I'm not sure if that is in fact official, but it looks as though that they are in fact talking about what could be the end result of this race.
It's been made official. Rick Ravon has been sent to the end of the longest line on the on the last lap, which means Eric Brennan and JP Costa that this is your 2021 Indianapolis 500 champion, Matt Chubb. Fresh off of a championship season in 2020, he talked about it earlier on. He's only got one win prior to today in IORL competition. To make the 500 his second would mean more than he could ever express. It's official. Matt Chubb is your victor.
It's funny because I can't wait to hear what Matt has to say, because when we were talking to him and I posed the question of what it would mean to win this race, I almost wish that a little bit that I could have some of that back, because I didn't want to put that much pressure on him. But now that we know that he said that it would mean everything to him and he's got it in his grasp right now, I can only imagine what is going through his mind, because that is got to be so much. His second career win. He said he's only won one race in this series, despite the fact he was our season 11 champion, and he's got his second win on the biggest stage, on the race that takes the most work, most dedication, and he got the job done.
I cannot see how he won't be ecstatic with this result. I mean, it's just amazing to win any race in a championship, let alone winning the Indy 500. So I cannot wait till we get him in the broadcast to interview him, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be nothing short of happiness.
I can only imagine the emotions overtaking the entire field as we line the podium up on the start-finish line. This is your official podium following the culmination of events, I would say here. Matt Chubb wins, Ernie Ludwig second place, Jaron Fast in third. That is your podium from Indianapolis. We'll take a step aside, as per usual. We will let the admins sort everything else out. We'll be talking to some drivers here in a moment. Don't go anywhere. Post-race coverage after an exciting one, a controversial one at Indianapolis, is to come.
Alright, what's up everybody? I am Slothy Racing. I'm the presenting sponsor of this year's IORL Indy 500, and you're probably wondering, why am I even talking to you guys right now? Because shouldn't I be racing? And, well, yes, I should be. In the good old number 15 Slothy Racing Race Nation TV car. Okay, now that we got that out of the way. Go check out my channel on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Slothy Racing. I'm going to provide a clip of why you should watch it right here.
Oh! Oh, there's a car stopped on the front straightaway, and you're telling me there's not a yellow? There we go. Yellow's up. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
I had no idea you were there. Right. So, now that we absolutely destroyed that guy, go check it out.
Have you found yourself trying to hide your joy because you're unhappy with your teeth? Your smile is the first feature noticed in an interview, on a date, or in family photos. We want you to be able to shine bright as your best self, and our teeth whitening system is the perfect step toward restoring your confidence.
Sound Art introduces an entirely new way to listen to music in your home. By combining the best of two products, a revolutionary high-fidelity, low-profile Bluetooth wireless speaker with beautiful artwork. Select from a library of artwork or upload your own photos to personalize your experience. Sound Art ushers in an era of invisible, beautiful, and amazing sound throughout your home and redefines your entire entertainment system. The need to reclaim your floor space and rid your home of unsightly speaker boxes that need to be bolted to the wall is now a thing of the past. Our canvas is printed on high-quality permalite by Breathing Color. And select from our gallery or upload your own. Standard sizes include 16 by 20 and 18 by 24 canvas wrapped. Custom sizing is available, as well as surround sound options.
And welcome back to the virtual Brickyard, the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. One of the most controversial ways to end an Indy 500 just transpired before our eyes. Now, I want to begin this little post-race segment by simply stating, and this is just entirely my feeling on the matter. I'm not even going to get into the incident, who was right, who was wrong. I think it was a racing deal, I suppose. But in history here in the IORL, there is definitely a big stance against crashing in general, and it's certainly a controversial finish, a controversial call, but I think consistency-wise in the International Online Racing League, race control is holding themselves pretty consistent here. So I know there will be plenty of emotions about how this one went down. Regardless, it gives us storylines, it gives us stuff to talk about, and it gives us one heck of a race winner in Matt Chubb, who we spoke to a little while earlier on in the event. I can't wait to check up with him now. I don't actually see Matt Chubb, and I do, never mind. I was looking for an M, not for a C, but we've got Matt Chubb. We've got then the driver who's been named the winner of this race. Matt, first of all, what happened on that final restart?
Man, I did not have the car to pass anyone ahead of me on that last restart. So, I mean, I was really just committed to watching people make mistakes and going by them. So one went into the wall, and then on the last lap, I mean, figured I was getting fourth. I mean, you hate to win it that way, but a win's a win, and it was a great race.
You mentioned how hard it was to pass. Was that consistent throughout the entire evening? It seemed like under green, you guys were more relaxed. You could have the passes and come and go. But especially that final restart, that final, 29-lap run to the end, you guys were, for lack of a better term, balls to the wall.
Yeah, I could have played with the weight jacker a little more, but anytime I went to pass, I mean, if the guy didn't let up, I mean, I was just going to push right up into him. So it was really tough, but those last few laps were just hectic. I mean, it felt like we were going an extra 10 miles an hour around the whole place, just with how crazy close it was there at the end.
It was definitely crazy. Quickly, before we let you go, I got to ask, out of turn 4, what did you see, what didn't you see coming to the line?
So from my position, I saw Rick dart to the left, and then I instantly saw Reed into the wall on the right. I initially went down to the left, and then I saw Reed coming back down, and that's when he hit, I believe, Adam. And then I had to push quickly up to the right to dodge him. And then instantly my mind says Rick's probably going to get penalized, but we'll have to wait and see. And once again, I hate to win it like that, but I'll take it.
Absolutely, I would take it too. A race win is a race win, especially in the biggest race of the year, the 2021 running
of the IORL Indianapolis 500. A champion last season, a champion today. Who do you have to thank? Who do you have to shout out?
I want to thank God, my family, Lincoln Welders, and ATA Network, Bobby Krug, for the paint scheme I've been running for the past couple years. We're going to keep it. She's a keeper.
Matt Shubb, it's certainly working out for you this evening. You talked about how much this win would mean to you if you got it. If your second win in the league, live it up, buddy. Congratulations. You deserve it.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for you guys to doing the broadcast tonight, and thanks to Zach and the other admins for putting the league together. I've been having a blast running this league for the past few years. Thanks, guys. Woo!
That's a race winner, an Indianapolis 500 winner. Eric, certainly I think deserves to be excited about this one. Matt Shubb wins the Indy 500 by just a very small margin, despite all of the crashing to the line over this guy, Ernie Ludwig.
Not only a great finish for Matt Shaw, but how about Ernie Ludwig? And we welcome Ernie now to the broadcast booth. And Ernie, I have a question, just because so much happened in this race. It's hard to keep track of everybody. That late restart, how did you find yourself up towards the front? What was your strategy that got you to the front of the pack where we hadn't seen you all night? We'll try to see if we can get with Ernie Ludwig here. We'll give it one more shot. If we try to catch a word with our second place finisher here, who pulled some interesting pitch strategy to make that happen. Hey, Ernie, just want to check real quick. You got a copy with us, buddy? All right, it appears we are not going to be able to talk to Ernie Ludwig, at least right now. We'll see if he's available a little bit later on. But let's try to get in our third place runner in Jaron Fast, who also is somebody who came out of left field here for a solid run. And Jaron, I was just going to pose the question to Ernie Ludwig about his ability to find his way towards the front of the pack. Surprisingly, you were somebody who kept the car on the lead lap, kept the car out of trouble, and you come out of here with a third place finish. I know it may not have had the pace as much as you wanted, but are you satisfied with the result, or you still wanted more?
I was trying to chase Ernie down so hard, man. I struggled all race with handling. I was just searching for speed. I tried to follow him through that last little bit of stretch there, and I made it work. So I don't know. I was just as confused as everybody else was there for a little bit about where we were all finishing. But for first time racing this league, top three, that's pretty cool. So. I'd say I'm pretty satisfied with this result.
You can take me back to the last corner, last lap. You're coming off of turn 4. You see smoke everywhere, cars everywhere. Did you just keep your foot in it and try to pile your way through that, or did you just happen to methodically work your way through the carnage to end up with this podium?
I would say a little bit of both. Like, I was like, you know what, I want to finish this. I want to finish flat out, but also I want to keep it clean coming home. So I did a little bit of maneuvering, and after I crossed the line, almost ran over Eddie there, which wasn't intentional, but it was just kind of a hectic finish there. So if I wanted to finish this thing, if I was going to hit a car, I was going to hit it flat out, and that's it.
Well, it was a quiet night, but it turned out to be a great night. As a matter of fact, your finishing position matches the doubles on your car number there in car 33. And Jaron, before we let you go and celebrate this podium effort, who do you have to thank with this strong run here tonight?
I'd have to thank my dad, Robbie Fast. He's the spotter for Scott Dixon. He was coaching me there for the last half of that 30 laps to go. Just trying to coach me on finding areas of getting out of that dirty air and trying to run Ernie down, and working with my tools and such. And he actually let me know from your broadcast that the 77 was about to pit soon, so that kind of gave me hope to catch Eddie, but I just couldn't get there. So he was a big help, but and then my AI spotter, Chris Wheeler. So
that's absolutely incredible. Really happy to have you here tonight, Jaron. Happy that you were able to put a solid run together after keeping that car out of trouble all race long. And congratulations on the third place finish. And best of luck to your dad on Sunday as well. We hope that him and Scott bring home a solid finish in the big race this Sunday.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
And again, that is Jaron Fast, who came to the checkered flag. In fact, we just got a chance to ride with him there on our replay with a third place finish. after keeping that car in one piece all throughout, Andrew. And wow, I'll tell you, that's 2 nights in a row we've had these 500-mile races come down to thrillers, and the IORL did not disappoint in what was yet another spectacular finish, a surprising result, but overall a great night here on the platform. And again, it's going to be hard to fall asleep after that one. The adrenaline's still pumping pretty hard, and it's just wow. What more is there to say?
We'll find out what more there might be to say as we actually hand Ernie Ludwig over to JP Costa. We'll see if we can get a hold of him this time.
So Ernie, you had an absolutely blast of a race, finishing 2nd place, but on the last restart you had to fend off the guy that we just talked about, Jeremy Fast. How difficult was it to hold someone back like that for the final few laps?
Looks like we still can't get a hold of the driver of the 26. It looks like he has maybe disconnected this evening. Unfortunate, but we certainly gave it our best shot of speaking with him there. I got to thank Eric and JP for giving that one a shot, but it looks like Ernie not available for comment. So we've run down through the podium. Let's take a look at our overall unofficial, still we'll say, race results. And it says Rick Ravon won. That's going to be not 40 laps led, but 39 laps led based on call from the officials this evening, which promotes Matt Shubb to the victory. Ernie Ludwig, 2nd place. Jaron Fast in 3rd. That's a little bit weird to read 4th and say 3rd. Adam Key, Trey Patton, they follow suit. They pick up a top 5. Andrew Miebach, he will take that 6th spot, with Rick Ravon falling into 7th in the number 7 when it's all said and done. Eric, Joey Newsel, Brendan Madonia, they will finish 9th and 10th.
Second page of results that we have here will take you back to the 11th position now, where a couple of drivers who had some misfortune in this race. How about Trey Shuttlesworth? Had the power failure earlier in the night, came back, ran to the finish, only 4 laps down, 1 spot shy of a top 10. Corey Rexford was involved in a couple of incidents tonight as well, and Zach Buchanan, who had that heartbreak finish and that late pit stop as well in the Pennzoil number 4, was 13th. Blake Erickson had the crash, was 14th in the checkered flag, and Chad Mikos, who had an incredible save at one point in this race, unfortunately had one that he could not save, was 15th. Stephen Ellis with an eventful night, 16th. Cole Freilich, my goodness, what a heartbreaker. After getting into a crash while running up towards the front of the pack, unfortunately, the man who sponsored this race here tonight had to settle with a 17th place finish. Spencer Ray, Ryan Samsel, and Ray Dawley are top 20.
In 21st place, we do have Steven Powders, unfortunately 109 laps down, and then after that, just a few more instants. Steve Rada in 22nd in the number 3, the number 5 of Alan Elwood in 23rd place, Noah Carmichael in 24th place, Matt Walters in 25th, and Ronnie off our grid in 26th place. Nicholas Ward, unfortunately 176 laps down. And well, that was our finishing order for the Indy 500, Andrew.
26 cars started. Not all of them finished, but they certainly gave it their all. I don't know exactly how to wrap this one up. I don't know exactly what to say. I don't know exactly what we even saw or what we can expect next year in 2022. All I know is it was an epic race with one hell of a finish.
So, full disclosure, and Andrew may laugh at this, but coming on tonight, my family lost the pet hamster en route to this race, and I knew that it would lift my spirits a little bit when we got this race going. And he's usually my office buddy. He usually listens to me yell at the computer screen when I'm calling these races tonight. So shout out to Wilson. He lived a great life. And I'm sure he watched a really good race from Pet Heaven. He got to see some incredible racing all night long. What an incredible finish for the second night in a row. And I got to give a shout out to everybody who I've had the chance to work with over the last 48 hours. And you, Andrew Cardinale IV, you, JP Costa, Emerson Arden, been hitting home runs on the social media coverage. These are marathon events for us to prepare for, call. As you can see, it's getting late here on the East Coast, and I'm getting a little bit nutty. So it's almost time for me to hit the hay, but I'm happy that we were a part of this. I'm happy that the IORL trusted us in broadcasting these races. And again, we're just leaving here thrilled. I think that's the best way to put it, JP.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just so happy that I was able to do this, essentially this marathon, this Indy 1000 miles that we have done in the last 48 hours. And it has been a pleasure doing beside you, Eric, and beside you, Andrew. So thank you very much for having, thank you very much, IORL, for having us. And well, I cannot wait. And hopefully next year we'll be back, because even though it was 500 miles, it just passed on by and it was so much fun. I cannot wait for next year.
Neither can I. Again, a little bit speechless, a little bit amazed at what we've just seen transpire this evening at the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but glad you're along with us for the show. It was a wild one. It was definitely a wild one, and I want to personally thank Zach Buchanan, Spencer Ray, everybody else, Eric Bodwin as a presenting partner, Cole Freilich and Slothy Racing as a presenting partner, Chad Mickos and Big Evil Racing as a presenting partner, and everybody else who put their heart, soul, and in some cases money behind this event. As always, it was fantastic. I am not leaving this one disappointed. I'm not leaving this Indianapolis 1000 that felt so daunting earlier in the week. I'm not leaving this Indianapolis 1000 two-day marathon at all disappointed. It's been incredible. That will do it, however, from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Happy to have had you all here tuning in and joining us for tonight's action. And we sincerely hope you enjoyed tonight's broadcast as much as we did. Keep up with all of our upcoming broadcasts. No more this week. No more, be it tomorrow night, Tuesday, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're back to you Monday night, though, with a doubleheader. The BRP iRacing Series Late Model Season 2 Tour heads up to Weedsport, New York, before the Pacific Challenge Cup Series finishes off their 5-week month of May marathon at 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time. It'll be a fun one. They've got 2 sprint races and a feature race. Nick Ludicky just dominates over there. Can he walk away with the championship? I dare say so, but Brady Lubenow will give it his all. Make sure you tune in for those couple of races Monday night before we bring you the coverage of the NORC iRacing Series at the iRacing Super Speedway. That kicks off at 6:40 p.m. Eastern Time, Tuesday evening, June 1st. It was a wild one this evening, but before we go, I want to ask you guys all to follow along with us on social media. Facebook.com/PitStopTV, Twitter.com/PitStopTV_, Instagram.com/Pit_Stop_TV, YouTube.com/C/PitStopTV1, and Twitch.tv/Pit_Stop_TV. For all of us this evening on Pit Stop TV, my name is Andrew Cardinale IV, Eric Brennan and JP Costa alongside, doing a fantastic job as always. And how could we forget our broadcaster turned racer last night, Emerson Arden, on social media coverage, putting in the hard hours along with us this evening. It was fantastic. We thank you for tuning in, and we hope you'll join us next time on Pit Stop TV. Have a great night.